What is up, NFL fans, and welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft live stream. I'm Jeff Hartman, and I'm joined by a bunch of different people. Before we get started, I want to say that this live stream is a part of Fans First Sports Network. It's a part of the Steel Curtain Network, and it's a part of Draft Nation. Yes, Draft Nation does a live event. They are live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania right now, and we are kind of simulcasting this thing. Next year, we're hopefully going to all be in the same facility, which is a lot of fun. And we are going to get you through every single day of the NFL draft. Day one, round one. We still have some time. So let's get you ready. Let's give you the lay of the land, so to speak. And let's welcome in our guest. And not a guest. This guy, you know him, Jeremy Betts. What's up, Jerome? How's it going?
It's going great, Jeff. I'm so excited for this night, for this weekend. It really is Christmas for me, and I could not be more excited. I've got a room full of excited people, actually.
It sounds like it. Yeah. Let's go to Dave Schofield. What's up, Dave?
Hey, I'm here. I'm excited. This was a blast 2 years ago when we just did it on Zoom and only recorded part of it. It was much more fun when we were live the whole time. And now so this event of us doing this together is exciting, and finding out exactly what's coming up with the NFL draft here is exciting. I've got my phone ready. I've got DraftKings up, and I'm waiting for our next guest to tell me what I should be typing in.
That guest would be none other than Pez from Pez's Picks. He's a guy, in case you don't know who he is, Facebook. I'm sorry, I've read a comment Facebook. He is on the Fans First Sports Network. I do a show with him once a week. It's all about sports gambling. Pez, you were here last year on day one. You made what I thought was an incredulous suggestion that Michael Penix was going to go in the top 10, and damn it if you weren't right. But Pez, welcome back. How's it going?
Didn't he?
Huh?
He went at number 8. That's correct. Yeah. And I hope we won some people some money. Jeff, we have our Christmas lights on here. We're coming at you from Vermont, the Green Mountains up here. A lot of Eagles fans, as you can see with the hat on, up here flying the Eagles flag. But the NFL draft is by far the slimiest and most underhanded gambling night in draft history. There are leaks and rumors. People have access to GMs and to janitors that work for GMs, and I believe get a little bit of insight as to what's going on in the draft before it happens. Mike Penix Jr. last year, we had, I believe, the 6th string punter we referred to from James Madison University from 20 years ago. Got a little insight. He was going top 10. This year, Jackson Dart is shooting up the board. I think we could see him as a top 10 pick. I think the Giants may be in business for a guy like this. He's a Manning guy. I think Abdul Carter goes number 2. It's a pick we put out tonight at plus 800. I think that's something that's getting a little bit more into focus right now. But at the end of the day, it's time to have a bourbon. It's time to get the Christmas lights on. It's Christmas for all of us. We're all getting new players this year.
Amen. Brian Davis joins us as well. What's up, Brian?
I love that. I'm just not getting near a mistletoe with Pez. I'm just telling you that right now.
I'm a hell of a kisser, but I'm married. My wife, get over here. You know.
Gentlemen, I'm so glad to be here. I swear, I think Jeff and I have done this a million years together, and I think the same with Dave as well. And this is Christmas, and we talked about it. We talked about free agency being the NFL's version of Black Friday. You start the shopping, but this is really when you get to unwrap some great gifts, and I can't wait for it. We have been talking so much. Now it's time to sit back, relax, and then take a deep breath before you start complaining.
Well, it's funny because either you draft all Hall of Famers or you draft nothing but busts, depending on who you're talking to or listening to. So with Pez here for the first 30 minutes as we get you geared up for the first round. Pez, I saw a video that you put out. You can follow him at Pez's Picks on Twitter and on Instagram. And you are definitely down on the Shedeur Sanders train. You are not hopping on that thing. You're actually saying to stay far, far away. What's your takeaway on Shedeur Sanders?
Jeff, at this point, you're getting positive money if you take Shedeur Sanders to be picked in the top 15. That tells me that his draft worth has slid. I don't know if there was some sort of, which I believe is something we should do. We should respect primetime. Deion Sanders and the Pez's Picks, probably the greatest guy to win money on in the history of NFL playing. I don't know if people are blowing smoke a little bit in that direction. In our opinion, when we look at quarterbacks, I would not gamble on an NFL team that takes Shedeur Sanders and starts him week 1 or probably season 1. I think that's something that every team should really be aware of at this point. With the Sanders name, he's going to get a little bit more street cred, athletic guy. I don't see a quarterback 1 position coming out of him in year 1. I'm hoping, Jeff, that the Pittsburgh Steelers don't do what's rumored and take him, Jeff. I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
You want him? What? Come on, Pez. You said you like the Steelers. What the hell's wrong with you?
No, I'm hoping they don't take him. I'm hoping
okay. There you
he
go.
doesn't go to 19. The rumors are he goes
Pez
to 19.
Is on our side, yeah.
Oh, I'm on your side. I would prefer them draft down. I think 2nd, 3rd round. If you get him, Kyle McCord would be a much better Pittsburgh Steelers fit.
Now, I do have another question for you, Pez. Here, and you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan. You rock the Kelly Green all the time. And what is your view of the draft as you sit there at number 32? There are rumors, by the way, that Howie Roseman's ready to wheel and deal. Like, he wants to move up in this draft. He wants to get a playmaker. But let's just say they stay put. I mean, do you just kind of say, look, we won the Super Bowl last year. It is what it is. We'll get who we get. Or what's your takeaway on the Eagles' position?
It's a theme we talked about on Pez's Picks this week, Jeff. I think the theme of this year and what the Eagles have proven, and even the Kansas City Chiefs, offensive and defensive line win championships more than skill players. You cannot win a championship without a dominant offensive and defensive line. Maybe one of them being average, but the other one has to be dominant. The Philadelphia Eagles proved this year offensive and defensive lines were the most dominant in the league, I think I can say at this point. I think this draft, we're going to see linemen after linemen picked. We're going to hear cheers for guys that, unless you're an NFL wonk, you're probably not going to know their names, some of the people that get picked tonight. Offensive and defensive linemen need to be picked. I think the Cincinnati Bengals are the absolutely worst equation and recipe to win a Super Bowl, to invest that much money in a quarterback and wide receiver 1 and 2 and shy away from offensive and defensive lineman investments. The exact opposite of what you need to be an NFL Super Bowl champion.
So what's your prediction for the Eagles?
Eagles, I'm hearing, are trading up. I think we're looking at possibly tight end, and I think we're looking to bolster that offensive line, maybe even the defensive line. We lost a couple of guys, but I would not be shocked if they traded up. If there's value there, Howie Roseman will find it and will trade up, and it doesn't mind investing picks that he loses, maybe, pick 3, pick 4, or maybe day 2. Howie Roseman, the best general manager we've had in the NFL in the last 5 years, probably last 10 years. The guy just brings back championship teams. We locked Dickerson down. We could use a little bit of help at tight end. I think running back, wide receiver, quarterback, the story's out. Defensive secondary, I mean, we're locked in. I think Howie Roseman will do what's right, and the Philadelphia Eagles will be primed. Currently the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Going into draft night, I expect them to be the favorite coming out of draft night.
What is the status of Dallas Goedert? I heard he was going to be released. Did that happen, or is he still on the roster?
I think he's on the roster, Jeff, but the status on Dallas is we love that guy, but he's old, right? I mean, at the end of the day, when you're old at tight end, unless your last name's Kelsey, you struggle to kind of score in the red zone and kind of make those big picks.
Is he old, really?
I think for a tight end, he's pretty old. He's had a number of injuries. I believe he's pushing 30 now. And for tight end, it takes a lot of hits. That's pretty old, right? Okay. So the Philadelphia Eagles are great at letting go of tight ends and not investing overspending on them, and that's something that I trust in that organization.
All right. Okay, Jeremy, let me ask you a question there, Jerome. What's your shock of round 1? There's a lot of people saying the top 10 picks, there could be some major trades. There has been a trade, by the way, which I didn't announce, that the Texans and Browns did a bunch of 6th and 7th and 5th round stuff. Weird trade. We're not even going to get into it. But, Jeremy, what's your surprise of round 1?
Yeah, I think that I really do think that a guy like Ashton Genty is gone at 5. I don't think he makes it past 5, whether that's the Bears trading up, whether that's the Jaguars just taking him, whether that's the Dallas Cowboys trading up for him. I think that he is gone at 5. And before I would have been thinking that maybe he's pushing it to number 10 overall, but I don't think that happens now. I think he's gone at 5. And then I think I kind of go to the opposite end of the spectrum from what Pez has predicted there on the quarterbacks. I think that there's a chance that only 2 go tonight. and that maybe it is Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders, but I think that that's going to be later in the process personally, based on what I'm hearing. But I would not be surprised if it's the Giants. That makes a lot of sense to me for the Giants to be up there and move into the first round at some point to take him. I don't think the Steelers are drafting a quarterback, even if there's a bunch of them there at 21. I think that they're going to end up going somewhere else. My shocker pick, and it does have to do with the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think that a wide receiver could be the pick at 21 if they are missing out on one of the defensive tackles. And a guy like Matthew Golden's still there, or Mika Egbuka is still there. I think wide receiver could be the pick with the anticipation that George Pickens could be on the move.
I was going to say, if they take a receiver, the fan base is going to just be screaming, this is like all signs are pointing to Pickens, because those people that check whether George Pickens follows the Steelers on social media or out, they were out full force. And George Pickens doesn't follow the Steelers on Instagram anymore, like it matters. But still, that would be interesting. Dave, I want to ask you the same question I asked Jerome. What is your shocker for round one, if you have any?
Okay. Well, first of all, in order to do this, for people like Pez, or for those of you listening, you've got to get some context. And the context is, you got to rewind it back to 2022 when we heard.
Oh my gosh! Don't take Kenny Pickett.
Don't
take Kenny Pickett. You shut the front door. Gosh.
So that's what we got from Jeff Hartman. My prediction.
You got to tell Pez what that was. That was my reaction when the Steelers picked Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. So what I'm hoping. I don't know that I want a repeat of that. I don't know that I want to hear.
Oh my gosh! Don't take Shedeur Sanders. Don't take Shedeur Sanders. You shut the front door.
Fantastic.
Dave in the studio, nice.
That was good editing. Good editing.
Okay, so
Dave, how long did that take?
Oh, just that took me less than 5 minutes. I didn't have, luckily, but no, actually, because I mean, all you had to do is you listen to Let's Ride. You know when Jeff says the name, you get that, you put that together. That's my draft gift to you there, Jeff Hartman. That hopefully, I'm hoping we don't get that reaction. Now I can't even remember what the question was because I just had to set that up first.
I just said, what do you see any surprises happening? It could be Steelers related, NFL related. What do you see happening in round one?
It's funny because I'm really tempted to say, I tell you, Pez knows. He knows the betting end of it to know how things. This is a weird thing to bet on. This is the ultimate insider trading. You could get information from a team and make a lot of money by placing a wager because it's a choice. It's not the.
We did that last year with Atlanta. Oh, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I mean, he called that. And then now he's saying about Jackson Dart, who you all know if you've listened to me talk at all in the last couple of weeks. I think he's a borderline third, fourth round pick any other time that just filled the vacuum of no quarterbacks. In 2022, we had what was called a bad quarterback class, and it kind of proved to be so. And I remember, and I talked about this on Pittsburgh Standard Time this morning. It was the whole idea of some places had like 4 or 5 quarterbacks going early in that draft, and then Kenny Pickett was the only one who went 20 to the Steelers. This is another bad quarterback class. I think you're going to see it. It's going to be extreme. You're either going to see, there you go, 4 in the first round or only 1. It's going to be way off the narrative where it's either going to be way more of them picked than you expected or not nearly as much as what you expect.
It's interesting.
When you look at the line changes over the last few days, especially the last 24 hours, we've seen value in picks 1, 2, and 3, whether it be Ward, Carter, or whoever you're taking in that order. Those lines have dropped significantly to about half the value. And the word that we're getting right now, there are multiple teams that look at Dart as the quarterback 2 in this draft behind Ward, Pittsburgh Steelers, the New Orleans Saints, and the New York Giants, who I think the Giants know they need a quarterback. I mean, nobody knows better than the Giants. They need a quarterback to win. So I think number 3, Dart going for the Giants is a real possibility. It could shake up this whole draft. I don't see many quarterbacks after that pick, though, that are going to be going in the first round that have real starting value in year 1. I really don't. I think Kyle McCord, I'm going to keep saying his name. I hope the Steelers get Aaron Rodgers, who Jeff and I disagree. I think he's a lunatic. That guy can sling it when he's healthy, though, Jeff. But he's definitely a crazy guy. I think you take him year 1 and you sit a guy like McCord. Maybe they're lucky. Maybe Pittsburgh's got something up their sleeve. They trade up for Dart. But I think Dart and Cam Ward possibly are the only 2 quarterbacks that could be anything in year 1. And I have suspicions about both of them still.
All right. Very good.
Can I
Brian,
ask Pez a question real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
With Cam Ward being minus 20,000 on DraftKings right now, I mean, is there any way it's anything other than him in the first pick?
I mean, that would be a Jerry Maguire shocking lose the top pick on draft day type of thing. I think minus 20,000 generally is a lock. And, probably the right pick. He's probably the best quarterback coming out of this class, and that team needs a quarterback desperately. So my guess is that is a line set to scare away against anybody really to, kind of like load up, and kind of short sell that pick. I think he's a lock at this point, but who's going to lay that amount of money? I would not.
No,
I'll bet $10 on it. So I've got a whole lot to say. First of all, let me just address the Cam Ward stuff. Tennessee's already told him, already contacted him saying we're making you the pick. So I would think you would take that off the board like you took Tyson Holyfield off the board back in 1996 or 1997, and then everything changed when an ear was bitten. Nobody's going to bite an ear tonight. So there's not going to be really a surprise up there. But if you're asking me what my biggest surprise would be, I think my biggest surprise here would be if there was a surprise. I don't think there's going to be a surprise. Now, this is no offense to the people that are laying bets down on this, Pez, but if you're outside of the 412 or the 724, you don't really know what the Pittsburgh Steelers are even thinking or needing because you're reading it on paper. As far as I'm concerned, it's the media matchmakers saying, oh, Pittsburgh's got to take a quarterback. If you've read the tea leaves, they are waiting until next year for that big splash at quarterback. That's why they're compiling all these compensatory picks. That's why they're getting ready to go with that. Next year in Pittsburgh, I think that's your big quarterback draft. Now, I could see them taking one around the 3rd round, maybe the 4th, but no sooner. This is a defensive tackle draft for this team, and I would be surprised if they got an opportunity and they didn't trade down later in the 1st round to try to get another number 3 pick there. I think that's probably what they would end up doing, but the quarterback thing, I would be shocked if it happens because there's a lot of smoke screens and nobody likes to lay smoke screens more than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, let's get super chats here. $1.99 from our own Corey Eckenroth. He asked a question for Pez. He said, Pez, does Philly jump for Warren or settle for Loveland? 2 tight ends, and you mentioned the tight end position. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think either one of those would be a great draft. And I think what you really have to judge is value at the pick, value how much you have to give up to get up to that pick. And that's a big conversation to have. Then we're talking dollar cents. We're talking future draft picks. Yeah, I mean, we all should know this, right? That next year's draft, they've already worked on their board, right? So at this point, I think general manager that's wise is not going to risk the house for someone that's not going to be a splash player in year 1. So if they have either of those rated to be a year 1 splash player, because we're looking to win Super Bowls, right? People aren't taking, aside from the quarterback, I don't think you're taking a 1st round pick that isn't going to start game 1. So if they have either of those at that pick measured to be worth the compensation they have to give up, I think that those are both steals. I would love those picks.
All right. Let's get another super chat here. CC gives us $10. Thank you very much for the tip. We appreciate it. He said, I appreciate you guys giving me some coverage to listen to while at work. Sanders or bust. They did do the laughing, crying emoji. So hopefully that's sarcasm. It says, here we go, Steelers. Thank you very much for the tip. We appreciate it. I do want to let everyone know just kind of the lay of the land here before this thing gets started in 10 minutes. And that is, we are not going to wait for the NFL to have their ESPN NFL Network coverage say the pick. It shows up on Twitter sometimes 5 to 10 minutes before the pick happens. When we see it, we are saying it, we are talking about it, and we are moving on. So if you're someone that's out there like, oh, I just love to see it on TV. Brian Davis is one of those people. Then sorry, when the Steelers are coming on, you might want to just mute us or turn away and then come back afterwards. Also, you'll see us moving around. So for instance, we'll have some more people coming in. Pez will be leaving. We'll get more people in when the Steelers make their pick. Dave will have to leave to do a breaking news podcast. Eventually, Dave and Brian and yours truly will be doing a roundtable discussion, and Jeremy and Andrew will take over. So this will be it'll be all over the place, but we'll be organized. All right. We'll get you everything you need to know leading up to the first pick of the draft, which is coming up in about 9 minutes. Actually, it's not 9 minutes. Then they'll say Tennessee's on the clock. And even though Tennessee knows who they're going to take, instead of just taking the card to the podium, they're going to wait. And they're going to wait for like 7 minutes for some unknown reason. And then, Cam Ward is the pick. Here's my shock face.
They got to print the jersey, Jeff.
What? They got
to print the jersey.
It's on his table in the green room, probably. So that's nothing.
Yeah.
But all right, so here we go. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I appreciate everyone that's coming in and joining us on any platform, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, X, or YouTube. We do appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel, give us a like. We do appreciate all that. And I do want to give Pez another shout out. Pez drops a podcast once a week. I do it with him. He's the one with the picks. I just kind of give some golf information every day. Every time we do a show, that's about it. But you can check him out every single Thursday morning it's at Pez's Picks. Just search Pez's Picks and you'll find the podcast. Talks all about sports gambling. And then you can find him on social media at Pez's Picks on Instagram and Twitter. But Pez, before we get you out of here, man, what are your final thoughts on the draft?
Jeff, I'm blowing up with sources, some of them questionable, some of them very questionable. But what we're seeing is Jackson Dart moving up this ladder. I wish I would have laid a lot of money on him to go top 3.
Top 3?
I'm seeing top 10. Apparently, Dart was a big Manning Academy guy, has close contact with the family. People like the offense, said he ran a little bit more of a pro offense compared to some other offenses possibly. Met with several Giants, Steelers, and Saints. All have him right behind Cam. I wish we would have laid money on him. I would not be shocked if Jackson Dart goes top 3, maybe goes number 3 overall.
I question your sources.
So do I, Jeff. That's the beauty of gambling, right? You pour a bourbon, you take your sources, you roll the dice, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Way harder than in NFL football. You can't lose, right? I mean, you guys know that. I mean, as Steelers fans, we're going to be above 500. Do they have a draft that gets them into the playoffs and win some ball games? Because we know they're going to be above 500. The easiest bet in football is to take the Steelers over their number, which I think is going to be about 8.5 or 9 right now. They get Aaron Rodgers, maybe that number goes up. But I love them in the regular season. I hope they have a good draft and we get a good playoff out of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, here, I have an update with Jackson Dart.
Okay.
The current over-under on DraftKings, current over-under position for him is 24.5. And the under, meaning taken before 24.5, is at minus 330.
Really? Let's see.
I'd be tempted to take the over on that without
what are the over
was saying. The over is plus 240.
Oh,
so that means there's something. What Pez is saying inside the betting circles is probably. I mean, it's being reflected in the line right now.
Yeah, any player from Ole Miss, there's got to be some dirt behind that player in this drafting, right? I mean, talk about a program that probably gets away with anything. Does anyone know what's going on down in Ole Miss? I think not, right? At this point with NIL money, who knows, right? Has the draft turned a little bit into kind of investing money to get guys higher picks? I think that's something to look at as well. I think, you look at movie or music awards, you can invest money to kind of sell your guy. And I wonder if a little of that's going on the last few years as well. There's so much money in college football. It's unregulated. It's the Wild West, and it's a tough thing to handicap.
Absolutely. So Pez,
but you
go ahead.
can get Jackson Dart at plus 250 to go in the top 10 right now.
I think that's a strong play.
Can I give some breaking news from Twitter? It's that it sounds like that the Jaguars have a deal in place with the Cleveland Browns to move up to 2.
Whoa.
So that's interesting. Where did that come from?
That came from Jay Glazer.
Okay.
He says it sounds like it's going to happen.
Because I was going to say, Jordan Schultz posted about an hour ago that the Browns received serious calls about the number 2 pick this morning. As an organization, they believed all along that at least 1 or 2 super strong offers would come in as the draft approached, and that belief still holds inside the building per multiple sources. So that would all be in line together. But the question is who does Jacksonville want?
That would have to be Travis Hunter, in my opinion, because he helps you on both sides of the ball. They need secondary help, and they need help at playmaker on offense for their quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. So to me, that would be the guy for them. They've got Trayvon Walker. They've got Josh Hines-Allen there at edge rusher. So to me, it's Travis Hunter.
Okay, so what happens to the Jags? Or what happens to the Browns then? Because they would then move back. I'm sure that it would be a swap of first-round picks. They would then go back to 5. Are they looking at a quarterback then, you think?
Pez, it would have to be a quarterback, right, at that point?
Well, today the updated lines had Travis Hunter going second pick at minus 2,500, Abdul Carter at plus 800. So when we put our play out, the thinking was they didn't trade away that pick, and Cleveland was taking Carter. Jacksonville's been a rumor to trade up to get Hunter. I'm not sure if that's a pick to get them over the edge, right? I don't know. I don't know if that's the proper pick for them, but it's definitely a splash player who should have some impact year 1.
The Browns, they might be getting a lot of picks, but I'm curious what they're going to do with that 5 if that does in fact happen. But
yeah,
right,
that could be
I was going to
Sanders.
say one other
That
thing.
could be Sanders.
I've got Roy Countryman's team needs sitting right in front of me by team. So, and the number 1 team need he has for Jacksonville is cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
And so I to go along with, they would move up to 2. I think that's what they're going for.
Well, I just put in a text to our Jacksonville Jaguars insider here, John Shipley. I'm going to see if I can get something back from him. I know he is on location there right now. If I could possibly get something back, I will leave it there. But as far as cornerback goes, that's not what the Jacksonville mock drafts here on FFSN have shown. They in fact, Ashton Genty had moved up to number 5 in a lot of their boards as well, but they wouldn't be going for okay. So I got a text right back from John. He's saying he thinks so. So it looks like that trade. I mean, he's at the facility. It looks like that trade will be happening.
That's crazy. Well, Pez, I'll let you go, man. Any final thoughts?
Jeff, I'm just seeing the crowd in Green Bay. I mean, there's like 1 million people there. The NFL draft, it's a great night. I think it's something everybody should be happy about. Everybody's going to be getting a player. Probably half of them stink, but we should be happy about them on night 1 and let them prove it to us one way or the other.
Love it. Love it, Pez. Thanks for your time, man. Enjoy the draft, and we'll be in touch. Take it easy.
All right. Go Birds.
Oh, okay. All right, let's get Pez out of here. Let's bring in Big Bro Sco, the good Schofield. What's up?
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
Good. Doing great.
Hey,
Doing great.
you know what the best part of tonight is?
What's that?
No more mock drafts.
Yes. I did.
Wrong. You're going to be getting 2029 mock drafts probably starting
Andrew
Sunday.
Wilbar's already working on his 2027.
I actually already know that is a factual statement.
2027 or 2026?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 2026. But
No, we assumed he was working on 2026. That's why we had to go even further.
Yeah, see, and he can work on it, and they can publish it. But see, there's no pressure to look at those because it's way too early. So there you go.
way too early. Absolutely.
Anyone see what the Raiders are doing on social media, where they're trying to give hints about their pick?
I did see that. It was
Very, very strange. Very
the guy
strange.
from Sinners, Cooler or whatever.
Okay. Well,
I
it'll
have-
be interesting.
I've seen in a lot of spots that the tackles are going to go really early. You're going to have Will Campbell, Kelvin Banks, and then Armand Membo probably all off the board within the first 10 picks.
Campbell's not getting past the Patriots at number
Right.
4.
Yeah.
So I also got to ask you guys have it on TV, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm on my phone.
Well, yeah. Where are you watching?
I have the ESPN feed on my phone.
NFL Network for me.
NFL Network for me as well.
I'm an NFL Network guy, but I have both. I have one on my
Okay.
phone and one on an extra computer.
And so I guess Jeff is the lone ESPN one because he's the plus guy. I've got NFL Network as well. So
Well,
right
hey,
now
is that-
it's just a shot of the crowd. I'm probably behind you guys because YouTube TV generally is.
I mean, Mike Greenberg's, and they're just talking as a panel. So
Yeah, right here it's Rich Eisen talking as a panel.
Of course, you can never go wrong with Mel Kiper. Todd.
now, if they had him, that Mel Kiper, I'd watch that instead
so
of
would
any
I.
of this.
Oh, absolutely.
Frank Caliendo is hysterical.
No, what to troll? They should have Caliendo on NFL Network. being Kuiper on NFL Network.
Well, Kyle Schrager moved. I didn't even realize that was happening. And he's now an ESPN guy.
I knew he left Good Morning Football, just not because I watch it, but because I saw like a send-off video posted on X. But yeah,
Oh, he was with
I didn't
Greeny
know-
tonight.
I didn't know where he went. So
Yep. He was doing the pregame with Greeny.
Diana Rossini just tweets out the Denver Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10 per sources. And I know that, Jeremy, you had talked about this on the Draft Dynasty podcast. You were thinking they were a team that could trade back. This is interesting.
Yeah, well, Andrew was the one talking about them trading back, so I'm going to let him handle that one. But I thought that they could move up into the top 10 as well for maybe one of the tight ends. There's Andrew, so I'll throw him under the bus to himself here. I think the Denver Broncos, they've been looking at one of these offensive playmakers, and moving up would be something that they're very interested in. Now, we do also believe that they would be interested in moving back if they are unable to get up into the top 10 and get the guy they want. The value for the next running back in the class or the next tier of wide receivers at the top of the second round is a little bit better.
what is this?
Oh, good
Sorry.
grief.
I'm watching Goodell ride a bicycle into the
Yeah,
stadium.
me too.
Good
Yeah,
grief.
But,
that was pretty
Yeah,
sad.
I think the Broncos moving up is one of those things that I've been saying for a little while is going to be something to watch.
Okay, so real quick, everything that they do at Green Bay, I'm now thinking what's going to happen in Pittsburgh next year. So
Yeah.
they're riding the bikes because that's a Packers thing where they always, training camp, the players ride their bikes to practice. What are they going to do in Pittsburgh?
They're going to stuff their face with pierogies and kielbasa, and they're going to complain about everything.
Are they going to have like a mini incline?
That's what I was going to say. They should build a mini incline up to the stage.
No.
Let's just do something with the towels.
Goodell's coming out to renegade.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe.
Okay.
I could actually see that. Actually, believe it or not. Not that it would be.
The mini incline? I could.
Oh
see
no, the renegade thing. Shocking.
All right. I'm just waiting to find who's breaking the news is what I want to know.
Yeah, and then you guys got to start telling me who I need to follow in order to make sure I'm getting the breaking news.
Exactly.
I know Jordan Schultz was great last year.
Yes. Yes.
As
he
long as they're getting them right. That's the big thing.
He was getting everything right last year, I thought.
Yeah.
Andrew, welcome to the show. What are your thoughts on this first round?
I have absolutely no idea what to expect, but I'm looking so forward to it. I think the fact that there's not a bunch of high-end talent makes it so intriguing, especially once you get to that later portion of the top 10 middle picks. I think you're going to see a lot of trade action. But Jeremy and I were talking a lot about on the podcast last night, the DDP. It's so unpredictable. So many different facets from the quarter, not just the quarterbacks, but what position, where does the run start on the defensive lineman or offensive lineman? But it's going to be really good. As I was showing Jeremy last night, we got to get a prop for, the draft night or something. So I end up ordering this little microphone. It does absolutely nothing, but it gets me in the draft mood. So this is our new draft FFSN mic. Makes it feel more official. Just to get into the spirit of the draft. Let's go. I'm excited.
Hold it up a little higher so we can see that logo.
It'd be a lot better if he wasn't wearing a Michigan shirt.
Yeah, that's true.
So wait, so you have a fake microphone that doesn't even work?
It does not work, but it makes it look official. It looks
Oh,
cool.
I love it. That's awesome. Our man on the street.
That is too funny.
When we're all there in Pittsburgh next year, we've got to put Andrew off by himself and just cut to Andrew with his fake mic every now and then for insider reports.
I just heard from Adam Schefter personally that the Steelers are moving up to number 1 to take Arch Manning.
I do have a comment to make because of what you are both wearing, a Michigan State and Ohio State. I never take your takes seriously when you tout how great a Michigan or an Ohio State guy is. And that's the same with Big G as well. I think there's homerism there. You don't hear Dave Schofield talking about how great the prospect out of Frostburg State is. And Jeff about Shepard.
Yeah. Hey, go Tyson Bajan. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
He's a shepherd.
He was a Shepherd guy. There you go.
Yes, he was.
Hey,
He
Jeff,
said a
you were
bunch
asking about the Browns, what they could do potentially if they were to move back. And Jordan Schultz, our guy, says that it sounds like it would be a trenches pick, offensive or defensive line.
So the Browns are going to go with offensive defensive line.
I just want to know what the Jaguars gave up to do it.
So,
Yep, exactly. That would have to be it.
knowing the Browns, it could be multiple number 1 picks in 3026, 3027, and 3028. You never know.
I wonder if the Browns would consider Genty at 5 even, considering they didn't bring back Nick Chubb.
That feels like a luxury pick for that.
Especially with how deep the draft is here. All right, how long have they been on the clock?
I'm telling you.
They were just put on the clock.
25
They were
seconds.
just put on the clock. All right.
Yes. 9:42 is what I got left on mine.
Yeah, you're 22 seconds behind.
Okay. 22 seconds isn't bad compared to sometimes when it feels like it's 5
That is
minutes.
correct.
I hope you guys all stretched your thumbs out from all the.
Yeah. Especially when it gets close to the Steelers pick.
Well, it's interesting. Warren Sharp, he says that the Browns are trying to trade down to 5 and then trade down from 5 again to 10 or lower. So he said that they're trying to accumulate 2026 draft capital. So this could be a situation where they might say, okay, we'll trade to the Jacksonville. Denver, you want to come up to 5? Okay, we'll go back to what is Denver in the draft? What order are they?
20.
20, right before the Steelers.
So I don't think they want to drop to 20, I wouldn't think. But still, that's what Warren Sharp is putting out there into the Twitterverse.
In my final mock draft, I had the Browns trading back up to 19 with the Buccaneers. But one of the teams that might like to move up into that top 10 is the Broncos. The other one in the 20s range is the Chargers, potentially, if one of the tight ends starts to fall. I don't know. Maybe the San Francisco 49ers, Andrew, moving up for Mason Graham.
Could be. I hear that they really like Walter Nolan, and I've seen some mock drafts even yesterday and today that have Walter Nolan going ahead of Mason Graham. I don't know that will actually happen, but I just did not expect the Browns to move out of there because Travis Hunter made so much sense for them, especially if they were thinking of playing him at receiver, which reports were they were intrigued with his skill set as a receiver and his fit. So this is very – I did not see this happening.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I could not see Walter Nolan, them having to trade into the top 10 to get Walter Nolan. That would actually shock me. especially because some boards have him below Grant, Graham, and Harmon.
Yeah, here. Let me check Roy's. I got Roy Countryman's here by position, except I can barely read it because I had to print it up so small. That wasn't his fault. That was mine. Let's see. Interior defensive line. He goes Graham, Harmon, Nolan, Grant. So he has Nolan ahead of Grant.
And weren't the 49ers putting out, maybe they were putting out a smokescreen, and I hate when you do this to players, but they were throwing out some stuff the other day. I think Grant Cohn had this out there that there were some concerns about, was it Harmon or Nolan? It was concern about one of them. I think it was Harmon that they had concerns with a shoulder, maybe?
Yep,
It was
shoulder injury.
Harmon.
Yep.
Because that came out while Rich and I were on our show, and we're like, wait, we hadn't heard this before. So
Cam Ward is on the phone.
what? I'm sitting here refreshing. I've got nothing.
I mean,
Albert Breer says that Cam Ward has picked up the phone, and it looks like
maybe it could be from the Vatican. He could be the next pope. You never know.
Is there a white smoke coming out of the chimney?
It's Green Bay. I'm sure there's always white smoke coming out of Green Bay.
So you guys did hear that they had to shut the doors and couldn't let any more people in to the draft.
Whoa,
Wow.
we better get there early next year.
Yeah. It says the NFL. This was from Ian Rapport reported. It said the Packers said maximum capacity. The NFL draft entry temporarily paused. The event venue has reached maximum capacity. General admission entry has been paused at this time. And thank you for your patience.
And it's at Lambeau, right?
Yep.
Yes, I think it is.
Man, I should have got Culver's today for draft night food.
Culver's, what is that, chicken?
Culver's is Wisconsin specialty and a northern specialty, but they do like cheese curds and it's a burger
You've
joint.
never had Culver's, Brian?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
They're
that familiar with it.
Never even heard of it, had you?
They're the Chick-fil-A of burger joints.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. If you ever see one, go stop there. Hand smash burgers.
Chick-fil-A of burger joints. I'm an In-N-Out guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think they're number one.
That's very true.
Just don't get Brian started about Arby's.
All right, so Jordan Schultz is early. He said it's
Yep.
they have to take it. So, all right.
The Titans have selected Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
Oh, Connor Hughes with it 22 seconds ago, too. So,
wait, are you just saying that because of what Dale Lawley just tweeted 7 seconds ago, Jeremy? He said we need Culver's in Pittsburgh in a bad way.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I saw. No. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I saw JJ Watt. Yeah, JJ Watt. Yeah,
gotcha.
Browns are on the clock.
Are they? We'll see.
So, Andrew, our mock draft's going by the wayside at pick 2 is exactly how we expected this to go, honestly.
For real. It was. Yeah. And I mean, just from last night, based on like all the notes that I had gathered from the insiders, just from the time we had recorded our podcast last night, completely different when the run on defensive linemen started. And pretty much my mock draft came out to be very similar to what Jeremy's was. So it was not even exactly identical to what we had when we had gone over it.
The trade is official. The Jaguars are trading to number 2 with the Browns. Unbelievable.
Yep. That came through from Schefter. Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th-round pick, which is number 104, and a 6th-round pick, number 200, to the Jaguars. The Jaguars are sending the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd-round pick, number 36, a 4th-round pick, number 126, and their 2026 first-round pick to the Browns.
Whoa.
Who has that, Dave?
That was Schefter.
Good
Yeah.
grief.
Wow.
So yeah, they moved back 3 spots, pick up they traded a second for a fourth for a sixth, and got their next year's first round pick.
I mean, in all fairness, they have a need at both corner and receiver, so they must figure they're killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Now it's interesting to see what happens here at the second pick. Andrew, what's your prediction?
Travis Hunter.
Okay.
Yep.
Jeremy, you agree?
I do. It literally couldn't be anyone else, in my opinion.
I don't
Anyone
like
disagree?
the Browns
Anyone
put
think
2 first round picks in Pittsburgh next year. That sucks.
No, I don't disagree. No, that makes sense.
Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah. I think the trade makes it obvious that it's Hunter.
I still am curious what the Browns are going to do.
Carter would love that.
If Jacksonville's old GM was still in charge, I'd say this pick would probably be Shamar Stewart, Tracy edge rusher that they overdraft.
You're like the love child of Gru and Mr. Clean.
All right. Who's the love child of Gru or something?
And Mr. T, I think.
Yeah.
The guys on the stream heard that comment there, Aaron.
That was awesome.
What do you expect? She's a Brown.
So she was
fan.
not describing me, just to be clear on that one.
Yeah. You guys see it on the TV now what the trade was? Yeah.
Gru and Mr. Clean is what it was.
Oh, Mr. Clean, okay.
Mr. Clean. Okay.
While we have a little bit of lull in this, can
Yeah.
anyone explain to me how the Titans have the number 1 overall pick and the Browns have the first pick in the second round?
When you have equal Jeremy could probably do this better, but it has to do with if you have equal record, you rotate round by round. Is that right, Jeremy?
Well, Andrew knew this way before I did.
Okay.
I'll let him explain it but you're absolutely right there. Yeah.
Yeah, if all the tiebreaker scenarios are the same, I believe it's from, I know obviously just the record, may even go to division record head to head. If everything matches up, there's a rotation. So I believe in the third round, the New York Giants will have the first pick in the third round because all 3 of them had the same record. So it will rotate and then it will go back to the normal rotation in the 4th round with Tennessee picking first overall again.
Wasn't this? Isn't the Steelers? Are they rotating with someone this year? Because that's why weren't they supposed to have 50? Or, I don't know. Or maybe I'm thinking of last year.
I think there was because you had 31 picks in between. You had 21, and then it would have been 52, and then 83. Yep. So there would be a 3-way. So it would be with Denver and whoever's picking right before Denver, 19 Tampa Bay. Would have been a 3-way tie between them.
Gotcha.
Going back to the Titans pick, to talk Cam Ward a little bit, I think that this kid has a good chance to be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. And I think that the skill set's there, the temperament's there. If he gets coached up well in Tennessee, then he has a chance to be really good. So it made total sense to me for Tennessee to stick and pick here, take the quarterback, even though he's not the highest rated player in the draft necessarily. I think if you're going to ask the Titans down the road if they'd rather have a top 12 quarterback for 10 years or Travis Hunter at an all-pro level for 12 years, I think they'd take the quarterback, and most teams would.
The pick is in.
Jags pick is in, yep. And Albert Breer says the Jaguars land Travis Hunter.
All right. Again, I just am curious if the Browns are going to – what if the Browns take a quarterback at 5?
Yeah. Ari Mirov, I don't know if you guys follow him, but
I do. I like Ari.
He made the point that they may have just loaded up for a quarterback next year.
I
So,
get that, but it's
yeah.
the Browns.
It is the Browns. The Browns is the Browns.
Well, gentlemen, I am going to go do some work. I'll be back, and I'll talk to you in a little
Alrighty.
bit.
All right, see you,
See you,
Brian.
Brian.
Oh, that's right. He's got to produce Jaguar stuff, right?
I think so. All right, so well now the third team on. Now we have the New York Giants are on the clock.
Yep.
There's a third one down here.
Hey, I will tell you all something. If you want to, if you follow Rob from the Black and Gold Blueprint, he has some pretty cool graphics he's putting out there with each pick that's coming out. That's at Rob Graphics on X.
Yeah. Jordan Schultz just tweets out 13 seconds ago. The trades are just starting.
Oh, no, because it's this
So
Mm-hmm.
I find that intriguing.
because that's the one that I have.
Yeah.
So who had that one first? Breer?
The trade.
The one that I
No,
Yeah,
the last-
Breer had the pick first. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I had to make sure I added him to my list. So
Hey, Andrew, would you grade this Browns trade with the Jaguars here from the Browns' perspective, because they had a shot at a generational type prospect? They pass up on that to move back outside of that top three, where you don't get one of those guys anymore in this draft. But then the haul, was that enough to offset that price?
I think it was. When you're talking about getting that type of future capital in a draft, I mean, I've talked about many times on how next year's draft is significantly better, and even 2027 as well. I understand that Travis Hunter is a generational type player, but if you have a question of how he's going to fit in your scheme, how he's going to adapt, maybe it's a personality thing. We had talked about Shedeur Sanders and just the distraction of that whole aspect. Maybe Primetime Sanders is maybe overlooking that whole Travis Hunter situation as well, and the Browns don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree that it was worth it. I think that it's better for the Browns than it is for the Jags, probably. The Jags are way more pieces away from true contention than Travis Hunter.
I think the true test is going to be, what do they do at 5?
Yeah.
Right.
When you can compare that. So,
Well, that's on the NFL Whip Round that I recorded with Coach Kevin Smith every week. We talked about what the Browns could do, and he brought up trading. And I said, "Do you think Travis Hunter is a generational talent?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Then how can you trade?
Yeah.
How do you pass on a guy like that?" Rich,
Yeah.
you've been quiet. What do you think?
Well, I'm still here trying to mull over what the Browns are going to do. I hate them getting that first round pick next year, because now they're going to have the ability to package up and move up basically as high as they want next year in Pittsburgh, and I don't like that at all.
Is that the right one?
I don't know. Hunter, like you guys were saying, you knew he was probably who the Jaguars were coming up to get. I also agree, though, that the Jaguars have a lot more work to do than just getting Travis Hunter. But he does make them better.
Yeah. Interesting from Adam Schefter. He says the Jaguars are expected to play their first-round draft pick, Travis Hunter, on offense and defense. They will onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of the wide receiver position while still playing him at his more natural position on defense, 2 positions for the number 2 pick. It's pretty interesting.
and he wanted to go somewhere to play both. So, that was kind of better. And who is this? Mike DeFabo says, was really looking forward to Mike Tomlin calling Travis Hunter Mr. Hunter for the next decade. I guess not.
And Warren Sharp says, even if the Jaguars win the Super Bowl and the Browns only get the Jaguars' 32nd pick next year, Cleveland still wins this trade based on the value and value by all measures. So that's his view of the draft. So, all right, let's bring
the
in
hot pink jacket. Sorry.
I'm not even watching it. I'm just following Twitter.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in Philly G. What's up, Philly?
This is like the best day of the year, and it's so great to be here with all of y'all. So here we go.
I don't know. Today especially was just I got so sick and tired of seeing all the reports and the Aditi Kinklebalas and all these, even the Jeremy Fowlers and the Adam Schefters. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sick of it. Can we get this thing over with already? So it is exciting, but there is an annoyance factor for sure.
The draft process, if you're not a sicko for it, then it gets old. You can get over it. But when it starts, for me, and I follow the draft a lot more than most, and Andrew is 10 times more involved in it than I am even. And but the day of the draft, it is the best reality television there is. It truly is. It has all the human elements of reality. It has all of the excitement, drama, emotion. It's just a beautiful thing, and I love it. I love the NFL draft.
Let me ask you as a general question. If you're Travis Hunter, are you sitting there saying, thank goodness I'm not in Cleveland? Or are you thinking, oh my gosh, now I'm in Jacksonville? Both of those organizations have been historically poorly run and bad.
At least he has no state income tax.
That's what I was thinking, Rich. That's a good decision. He had no
and a quarterback.
And Trevor Lawrence, exactly. Yeah.
He's got a quarterback.
Better quarterback, that's true. Although it depends on who you talk to.
Abdul Carter is the pick, according to Jordan Schultz, for the Giants.
All right, there you go, folks.
I got a question for Andrew and Jeremy. Do you think that Travis is going to play a mixture of both cornerback and wide receiver at the next level, or do you think he sticks at one?
He's going to play both. They're probably going to. Daniel Jeremiah's been playing it or saying it all year. Major and wide receiver, and minor at corner. I don't know how the Jags will do it specifically. That's how DJ would have done it. I think that they're more likely to do the opposite. Maybe let him major at corner, at least in year one for sure, and then package him in at wide receiver. But this is one of the players that you hear about, two-way players in high school, college, whatever. Hunter's built for it. He really is. He played all those snaps in college, and he never looked like he was running out of gas. He is built for this type of work. So I think they're going to use him in both. He absolutely wants to be used at both. His comment from this last week was that he would not play football if a team said that they were going to only play him on one side of the ball.
Yeah, it's interesting that when Wang Harbs comes out and says, I don't think any player could play both sides in the NFL. So I'm now rooting for him to play both sides so the Wang Harbs could be proven to be the idiot that he is. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. So Abdul Carter is the pick for the Giants. That has not been announced. They say the pick is in on television. And so that means that now the New England Patriots at 4 are on the clock. Now, again, if you listen to the Draft Dynasty podcast, this is where I think either Jeremy or Andrew said offensive line. And this is probably going to be the first one off. You guys still agree with that?
Yeah, it's Will Campbell, right, Andrew? They even went and visited with him 2 days ago after all of the visits to come to you as a team were over. They went to see Will Campbell.
They probably measured his arms in person so they could see him for themselves.
I would agree. It probably is Will Campbell. They have done a lot of homework on Kelvin Banks and Armand Membu as well. But I think Will Campbell is the guy they've definitely paid the most attention to. It seems to make logical sense. Doesn't meet the value of the 4th overall pick. But in the situation that New England's in, you have to protect your quarterback. So I understand it from that perspective.
Honestly, I'm just glad that we don't have to see Carter and Hunter in Cleveland for the next so many years.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
Good point.
I'm like, more Carter even. Just because I'm like, I don't want to see Carter there with Garrett and blah. That just would be yuck. So, yeah, let him go to the NFC. That's fine.
Now I can root for both players, too, because they're not in Cleveland.
Have we talked about it all, who we think
Browns.
Cleveland could potentially be targeting now with pick 5? Has that come up yet?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, it's been reported that they would be looking at the trenches, but it also would make sense that they just go ahead and get the quarterback here if they like one of them.
Very true.
How would you feel if they go Mason Graham?
Who, Cleveland at 5 or New England at 4?
No, Cleveland. I'm talking 5.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever New England does. We used to care about New England, but not so much anymore.
I'm bold predicting that the Patriots will make the playoffs this year, Dave.
Oh no, that okay.
Preseason bold prediction. They get they get one of the few head coaches in Vrabel who gives you a real bump in year one, I think. But I think that would be a good fit for them. I just think that they're, I'm sorry, I was still talking about the Patriots, but going back to the Browns at 5, I think Mason Graham fits really well with what they would want to do up front. He could take some of the pressure off of Myles Garrett when it comes to all the double teams that he gets.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of people in the live chat are thinking Ashton Genty at 5 could be the pick for the Browns.
I could see it.
That would throw a wrinkle into things, but that would make sense.
Raiders would definitely be mad.
I really want him to take Jackson Dart because I don't think he's very good.
Or did the Raiders trade up from 6 to 5, or is this where the Broncos are trying to get up into the top 10 to try it because they want a running back as well?
I could be wrong. I don't think the Raiders are taking Ashton Genty. I think that was smoke. I think they're looking more offensive line or corner.
Yeah,
right on.
Okay.
I was saying,
Number 4 pick is in.
Too bad Bad's here to tell us.
Will Campbell, LSU, offensive tackle. So the first offensive lineman's off the board, and here we go. The
Schultz had that one too.
Yeah, the Cleveland Stains are on the clock. I'm sorry, the Browns.
Oh, there we go.
NFL based.
Schultz's wasn't showing up for mine, but there it is now.
I'm sitting in the same room as 2 Browns fans, and I should let you guys know that they are on the clock now for their pick.
Browns are?
Yes, the Browns.
Are they going to pick somebody or dilly-dally?
Well, they dilly-dallied at first. They might keep doing it.
It's interesting because these are the 4 people that everybody pretty much saw in whatever combination people thought, but now everything kind of is going to open up a bit. I'm curious.
If they take Mason Graham here, I'm going to be mad that I did not bet that perfect top 5 order. Because that's what I would have done.
Wait, did you actually make plays tonight?
I've got 2. Just 2.
What a degenerate.
Well, one was Pez's, man. I put $2 on plus 250 for Jackson Dart to go in the top 10 to see if Pez could pull it off 2 years in a row.
Rich, it's time for an intervention for your brother. He's betting on
$2. You're talking $2. And I bet $5 that the Steelers' first pick is a defensive lineman. There you go.
What can I say? My baby brother's a degenerate.
Yeah, I'm a degenerate.
Hey, Mike Tomlin's a degenerate too, so you're in good company.
There you go.
Is anybody else laughing to themselves when they show the Shedeur Sanders cave and there's just an empty couch? They've done that like 2 or 3 times now, and it's still just an empty.
Is he not there?
No, he stayed home.
No.
He's at the ranch. I think he's at his father's ranch. He's got like his little man cave.
Phil wasn't on. We asked before. You have ESPN or NFL Network?
ESPN. I just think they're a little bit more neutral on how they feel on things, but I like watching the NFL because then you get like the backstory and like the little videos on the different players. But I got ESPN right now.
Gotcha.
I have ESPN on too. I like the way that they broadcast it the best. It gives it the most.
I agree.
It gives it that draft day feel. Just the atmosphere of it in general is just more traditional.
The Browns are taking calls. Teams interested in the number 5 pick. So
someone else put it out there. That they're like, you guys are really far ahead. We got to remind people.
Yes.
We're an hour into it. We should probably say it again if you want to, Jeff.
Yeah, I can. We do not wait. So we are just going to, when we find it on Twitter, because it's so much faster, we're going to tell you what the pick is. If you're one of those people that loves to wait until you see it on TV, I know Brian Davis, he's not here right now, but he's one of those guys. Like, I got to see it. I want to watch it live. I'm not that guy. Just tell me what the freaking pick is so we can move on with our lives. That's what we're going to do here.
Here.
So yeah, you'll see us looking down, scanning our phones, and then one of us will say picks in, and we move on. So right now the Browns are fielding calls for pick number 5.
Shopping again.
Who
All right.
recorded that one, Jeff?
Rossini, Diana Rossini.
I don't have that one. Okay.
They're open to moving down again, is what she says. And then Josina Anderson agrees with Philly G's. Please stop showing the empty Shador couch.
It's just awkward.
Yeah. Hey, let's Andrew.
I think if he, when he's picked, I think someone should go back to the couch and interview the couch.
Yeah. What was it like being
like
the only
Clint
one there
Eastwood
for?
style? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, just go back and talk to the couch.
So Andrew, let's see, we've got Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Cam Ward. These are 3 of your top 5 players off the board already, as we kind of expected. You're a little bit lower on Will Campbell. You've got him. Let's see, where is he? Oh, all the way down to 18, Andrew. So the Patriots picking Will Campbell at 4 is that a pick that you would not have made if you were the Patriots?
Not if you want to play him at tackle. I have him down that far because of positional value. I'm projecting him to move inside to guard at the NFL. So that justifies where I put him down. In terms of a prospect, I think he's a high floor guy. He was a safe pick for them. Armand Membu's been my top tackle since before the scouting combine, and definitely after he's only confirmed that in my mind. And I think Kelvin Banks, I've still had Kelvin Banks kind of in that mid-first round for a while too. It wasn't a great year, it wasn't an elite year, but there were not any game where you looked at and was like, man, this guy's got some serious developmental issues. He's got good feet.
Pick is in.
Sorry,
Mason Graham is going to the Browns.
I should have done that.
There you go, Dave.
Sorry to interrupt you,
Dave,
Andrew. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
That just happened. You may continue with the Borophyll. I mean, go ahead with your talk.
No, I'm done with Kelvin Banks.
Borophyll.
So this is a good fit for Cleveland, right? We were talking about that with pairing him up on the defensive line with Myles Garrett. But when there was talk that he could fall down the board a little bit, it was kind of because he's kind of a high floor player too. You don't see as much flash when it comes to the athleticism, but he's just really good overall at a lot of different things. He's going to be a big addition in the run game and in the pass rush for the Browns.
All right, so let's talk about 6 is now the Las Vegas Raiders, and a team that we haven't talked about that
Where's
are,
our Raiders expert?
Huh?
Where's
He's
Matt?
doing work. No, here's
in-house
the
Raiders
team.
expert. Where'd he go?
Here's a team here. This is our David Stefano, who covers the Vikings for Fans for Sports Network. He's chiming in, says, are the Bears trying to move up? We have not talked about the Bears, but they have openly stated they want to move up to get Ashton Genty. I'm curious if the Raiders aren't interested in taking anyone at this pick, which, again, 6, there's still value there. Could the Bears try to move up from 10 to 6? Who is there really anyone? I'll go to Andrew and Jeremy here. Is there anyone on the board right now that's not Genty that you were like, hey, the Raiders can't let this guy go?
I wouldn't say there's a guy they can't afford to let go, but I have heard a lot of rumors that they have done a lot of work on Kelvin Banks, the tackle from Texas.
Yep.
I know they like Armand Membu as well. Maybe if they like both of them similarly, they're willing to move back a few picks and hope that they can still land one of them later. I know there's a lot of tackle needy teams up there. I mean, the Bears at 10 are one of those teams that needs a tackle. The Jets need a right tackle. Armand Membu makes a lot of sense for them. I mean, pretty much every team you could make an argument that they could add a tackle. So it's a big risk if that is what they are looking at. I know they've looked at Jedi Barron as well. He's one of my highest rated players still on the board, but I don't think there's anybody that's like, oh man, they can't afford to let this guy go.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. To me, it's one of the tackles here that they're going to pick. Ashton Genty, maybe they thought he wouldn't be on the board, and that's why we're starting to hear the rumors about the tackles. So he could definitely still go here. It would be very Pete Carroll of them to take Ashton Genty here, but we shall see. I don't think there's a can't miss prospect though in this draft anymore. So it's wide open.
Gosh, they haven't even said that the pick is in yet for the Browns on the telecast.
They're way behind. They're way behind.
That's what I love. Every year I love it when they're way behind. Until day 3, then they start to pick up the speed. I'll be curious if there's any other trades in the top 10. I'll be very curious about that.
This would be one of the spots for it.
Carolina's been trying to move back.
Yep.
There we go. The pick is
Carolina's one of
finally
those teams that could be like. I remember a couple years ago when the Lions traded up for Jameson Williams, and I mean the Vikings hardly got anything back in return, but they were still willing to make that trade back. I wonder if Carolina would be a team that would do that.
Will Campbell can't even give his interview. He's emotional.
I can't hear it. I can only see it.
We're way on past that, aren't we? On our stream.
I mean, other than there being the trade, the order of the picks has happened exactly like I expected. That's what ticks me off.
Yep.
And you know what? Trying to remember.
I'd still rather
If there was
see
something
Mason
else.
Graham
What-
2 times a year than Carter and Hunter. So
Oh yeah. What would be great is if the Steelers stay at 21, draft a defensive lineman, and he ends up being so much better than what the Browns do.
Yes. Yes.
oh, that'd be the kick in the face.
Derek Harmon being the TJ Watt to Mason Graham's
Taco
Myles
Charlton.
Garrett.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yep. So they'll finally announce the. Yeah.
Yes. Go trade.
Just see. So they still have to announce Graham.
Right.
Yep.
While we're waiting for the Raiders.
Does it surprise anybody else that the NFL allows these insiders in the selection room? I think it's interesting, or allows them these picks to be leaked before the broadcast, because you would think that it would take away from the broadcast enough to where it would kill their numbers and make them not want that to be the case, but I guess not.
I've wondered that too.
Every year the NFL tries to get insiders to not put out tweets and break picks early, and they're like, who cares?
If you don't want it, I mean, they let the other teams know. I mean, even the Steelers said we're informed of the picks well before we're on the clock on the stage. So if the other teams are
Ashton
knowing
Genty is the pick to the
There
Raiders.
it is.
There it is. That
First
makes
running
sense.
back off the board.
Jordan Schultz had it 20
Schultz
seconds
again, yeah.
Brian is having a happy time right now.
Man. All right, so Genty is off
That's
the board. There's still a
crazy.
lot of talent in the offensive line. The New York Jets are now on the clock at number 7. What are we thinking for that? Let's talk about Genty first. This guy's a dynamic playmaker. I don't want to just pass him off as a nothing. What do y'all think about this play for the Raiders getting a running back?
Genty's my favorite watch of any player in this draft, just the way he plays football. It's unbelievable to see him just not be able to be tackled. The teams had no idea how to get him on the ground in college this last year. And even though he was stymied a little bit in the playoff game against Penn State, he still had some just incredible runs after contact, yards after getting hit. He breaks arm tackles like they're nothing. He's going to be incredible in the NFL. He is scheme proof, as in he can play in any type of running scheme. He makes your offensive line look better when a lot of running backs need the offensive line to help them look better. So he's a creator. He can do a lot for you. And I don't have any concerns about the smaller school situation playing at Boise State. He he showed enough dominance there that I think he's going to dominate at the NFL level. And that Raiders offense starts to look pretty interesting with Geno Smith at quarterback and Brock Bowers at tight end, and now Ashton Genty there. That's going to be some firepower to deal with.
I don't really care what he does for the Raiders. I will just tell you this. I now officially do not want the Steelers to take a running back in the first round, because this was the only guy that was head and shoulders above what you could get when you pick again. I don't know that there's, I said before, there's one guy in tier 1, there's 2 guys in tier 2, and a ton of guys in tier 3, in my opinion. And I don't think taking a tier 2 guy in round 1 is that much of a value versus a tier 3 guy you could get in round 3.
Yeah.
So
I'm never a proponent of drafting a running back in the first round, maybe even more than Mel Kiper is. He was kind of the one that started all of that. Drafting a running back in the first round, I hate it. But Genty is my 3rd highest rated player in the draft. I mean, he's one of the few blue chip prospects this draft had. So in a weaker draft, I can understand why he would go this high.
Some rumors here as we transition to 7 and beyond. The Panthers are making phone calls, not just fielding phone calls about the 8th pick. It sounds like they're trying to get out of there, but it also is. I'm also hearing that because Genty is now gone, that is affecting the market for trading up to number 8. So we'll see how that goes. But they were, like Andrew said, wanting to get out of there. But yeah, it's. I mean, except for the trade early, this is a chalk as far as when the selections of these players are going so far. So
I'm not one to ever. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, I was just gonna say, go ahead. Go.
I was just gonna say, I'm never a proponent of saying people should wear certain stuff, but you're gonna be drafted and you decide to wear Swarovski crusted Crocs. Genty wore those. If you didn't see, a very interesting choice of shoe wear for the occasion today.
What's wrong with Crocs? I love Crocs.
Yeah,
diamond crusted Crocs on the on the red carpet.
I love Crocs.
Excuse me, crystal crusted.
Between Jeff and Big Bro, they convinced me that Crocs would help my feet, and they were right.
I love Crocs. I've got fuzzy Crocs. I've got regular Crocs.
I'm wearing fuzzy Crocs right now. No, that's what I'm wearing. Slippers, man, around your house. They're the best support you can have for your feet.
I was gonna say,
please tell me that fuzzy Crocs are not a thing.
Well, the insides, they're lined. They're lined, so they're
lined, furry lined Crocs. Okay.
My wife is Crocs outside. I don't wear them outside the house, but I was actually told by my podiatrist they would be better for my feet if I wore them around the house.
Around the house, yep. So I wear the lined Crocs inside and the regular Crocs outside.
Yeah, there you
Except when I was shoveling snow, I wore a different pair of lined Crocs outside in the snow. Here we go. They're officially announcing Genty.
The rest of his suit looks fantastic just with Crocs.
Must have paid a lot of money to wear those Crocs.
Swarovski crusted Crocs. Well, he ain't wearing them now, but he was earlier.
I can't see his feet now.
Does anybody think the Jets go defense here?
Who you thinking?
I predicted Tyler Warren here. I still wouldn't be surprised if it's Tyler Warren.
So
I predicted Membu here, and I'm still sticking with Membu, but I would not be shocked at all if they were to just take a Jalen Walker or a Jedi Barron. I've heard Jedi Barron linked to them for a couple weeks now.
Man, it's fun to watch him run the football. Goodness. Genty's just unreal.
Did the Raiders have the line?
It is Armand Membo to the Jets.
There you go, Andrew.
According to Albert Breer.
Albert Breer just typed that.
Yep.
It's a great pick.
That was the biggest hole on their roster was right tackle.
I think with that pick alone, Justin Fields may now have the best offensive line he's had in his career.
Interesting thing is how the Steelers jumped the Jets for Broderick Jones, and now we would say that maybe the Jets have the better offensive line at this point.
Oh, What a big year for Broderick Jones coming up.
Coaching.
Yes,
Yeah.
What a big year for Broderick Jones coming up.
huge year.
So the Jets are on the clock at number 7, followed by the Panthers at number 8, the Saints at number 9, and the Bears to round out the top 10, in case people were wondering what the top 10 looks like from here on out. So again, we are well ahead of the broadcast, and that's okay. That's just what we do here. So if you'd like to know early, you found the right place. We'll put it that way. Okay.
Yep. Andrew,
Well,
do you
what-
put any stock in the fact that Armand Membu doesn't have to switch sides now, going to the Jets like he would have probably had to do if he went to the Patriots at 4?
Yes, I think this is a great fit for him because he is a natural right tackle. I think he could have made the transition to the left. He has the athleticism. He has the smarts for it. I don't think it would have been a problem, but it definitely improves his ability to make a contribution in year 1. New England needed somebody who's ready now. But the Jets, at that right tackle spot, Membu can start at right tackle from day 1. He's already ready to play that position. He's experienced. I think it was a great pick for the Jets. I think what's interesting here at 8 is now that you have both tight ends on the board, does that help or hurt Carolina's ability to get out? Do the teams like the Colts look at this and say, oh, we can wait and get one of the tight ends rather than trading up for one since they're still both there? Or is there a team out there that significantly has a higher grade on either Warren or Loveland and says, hey, we've got to go up and get this guy? And my mock, this was where I had the first trade. I had the Rams trading up here, kind of a discounted rate for the significant jump it was from 26 to 8 to get Tyler Warren.
Kevin Smith, Coach
I would
KT
think they'll
says Genty with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly in Vegas is a great scheme fit. Just tweeted that.
Was that in
It is.
In terms of quarterback watch, I guess we would say it's the Saints at 9, even though a lot of rumors are the Saints are not going to go quarterback with their first pick. They might try to trade back into the first round after that pick. So it'd be interesting to see what they do here. That's coming up in a couple picks, though.
Okay, now here's where we're going to get
I would be surprised at this point if one of the quarterbacks goes off the board at 9, but it is definitely the start of Shedeur Sanders' watch
Who?
here at this point. To the Saints at 9.
Gosh, don't take Shedeur Sanders.
Is that what
Don't
we're saying?
take Shedeur Sanders. You shut the front door. Gosh.
Good work, Dave.
From the 2025 Jeff.
Yeah.
We need to get the video of Andrew falling on his face with that pick as well.
I was thinking about that earlier.
Yeah.
It will be 2.0 if that happens.
I might join you, Andrew, in this case.
Well, I'll say
Put them up
this.
side by side tomorrow on the live stream.
I will say this. Our source told me, and this was kind of off the record, but I think I can say it now. Art Rooney was not a huge fan of Shedeur Sanders.
Sure.
So take that.
That kind of lines up with the Jerry Dulac report, too, that they didn't have a good meeting with him, right? Was that him that said that?
It wasn't that it was a bad meeting. It was, I don't know.
Dulac had said that it was a good meeting and Tomlin did like him, but he wasn't convinced that was enough for the Steelers to take him at 21. And all he was hearing was that the Steelers were more in on next year's class.
What I don't get is how people are like, oh my gosh, Mike Tomlin talks so much about him. And it's like, well, he was asked about him incessantly in that press conference. So what is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to pull a Terrell Owens working out in his driveway? Next question. That would be worse. I don't know.
Yeah. I still think it's Aaron Rodgers, guys. I really do. I still think it's Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh this year.
Hey, Filipponi said that Joe Starkey from 93.7 The Fan said Aaron Rodgers is looking at country clubs in the Pittsburgh area. So
yes,
hey,
that might be the deciding factor.
There's some good ones in Pittsburgh, by the way. Little course that's not too far called Oakmont.
Oakmont, yeah. I was going to say
where the U.S. Open is.
US
this year.
Open.
Yeah. Kyle and I are planning on going.
The U.S. Open is an awesome. I went to Congressional in 2011. That was awesome. The end result wasn't awesome because Rory McIlroy won. But other than that, it was great. Good time.
Are there any good caves in the Pittsburgh area where he could go on a little darkness retreat mid-season?
Hey, you can go on a darkness retreat wherever you want. It's just got to be dark.
Absolutely.
At the bottom of the Monongahela.
Jeez, Dave's throwing him off a bridge already. My gosh.
No, I didn't mean it in that way, but I guess
I know.
you could take it that way. Sorry. I did this.
If we're not to be too Steelers centric at this point in the draft, but if we're rooting for absolute chaos, then picking Shedeur Sanders at 21 and adding Aaron Rodgers this year would be just that.
That would be chaotic. That would be chaotic indeed.
Boy, oh boy.
So who are we waiting for now? Who's on the clock?
Panthers would be the next one we're waiting.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep waiting probably until they know for sure they're not going to get a trade.
Yeah.
But
We'll
if
turn the
you're
card in with
Panthers,
20 seconds left.
If you're the Panthers, how can you just say, yeah, but there's no one we want? Like, your team sucks. You're awful.
You want no, it's because there's too much for them to want.
Yeah, it's not that, it's that they want more guys, and so they want more picks.
I get it. You shouldn't have traded up for Bryce Young. That's your own.
I know that they like Jalen Walker. The problem is that most of the players they have graded similarly. I mean, once you get to this range, teams are saying they've got similar grades on guys that they're picking at 8 or 10 that they have on guys that may go late first, even early second round. This is like all the guys are just kind of bunched together. I mean, even in my own rankings, I don't really have any late first round grades. I've got guys going into the early 20s with mid first round grades. And then after that, we're pretty much straight into the second round guys.
Well, here's the question right now. If the Steelers had this pick, what would you want them to do?
Oh, I want them to trade back at 21, let alone
they are now. I want them to trade back right now because I'm like, oh, here's what they could get. No, not. I mean, Will Johnson,
Jedi Barron.
I mean, is he higher than other places?
Yeah, Jedi Barron would be very, very, very nice.
I don't want one of the corners
personally, but I'm just saying. But
Ted McMillan to the Panthers.
Oh, there it is.
Ted McMillan to the Panthers.
Wow.
All right, whoa. First wide receiver is off the board.
That was quick. That pick went in quick.
Wasn't he available at 21 in the FFSN draft?
Yeah. He was never getting there. He was going to go at worst to probably the.
Let's be honest. The FFSN contributor mock draft got screwed at pick 2. When our Browns contributor took Shedeur Sanders second overall. It was everything else was thrown out the window.
We started it so long ago. That was kind of back what they thought he might go to right there.
I don't know. All right. So anyone want to talk about this?
This cost me $2. I'm calling that now.
There you go. Ted McMillan. Who wants to talk about him?
Andrew, take it away.
I have Ted McMillan as 33rd player on my board. Not because I hate him as a prospect, but when you watch his tape, sometimes going up for 50-50 balls, he just seemed a little lethargic on. Like even you look at some of the lesser competition, like the game he had over 300 receiving yards or is 284, something like that. That one game he had a monster game early on in the season. Several of those balls, they weren't really that contested, but he kind of made them difficult catches. They didn't need to be. And I think that puts into question a little bit what a lot of people are talking about with just his attitude toward the game. Is he always all in? There's kind of conflicting reports about that. And obviously, you have the speed concern. He's a mid 4.5 guy. People are trying to compare him to Mike Evans. He's not near as fast as Mike Evans. I don't even think he's as fast as Drake London. He reminds me a little more closer to, say, a Michael Pittman, which isn't a bad pick. But I wouldn't take Michael Pittman 8th overall either. And if you look at Carolina, I mean, I thought they should have gone defense here. I thought they could have gotten a Jalen Walker here. They need pass rush help. They need help in that front 7. So I don't really understand this pick for Carolina. This would definitely be my least favorite pick so far.
That's interesting.
Typical Carolina.
Well, yeah, their head coach was like, yeah, we're probably going to have to add to the defense. And you're thinking, like you said, Andrew, that's where they lean in round 1. But I don't know. We shall see. So now we're at pick number 9. This is the first
The
first
pivotal
quarterback needy team on the board, I guess,
Yep.
since the Browns.
This goes to show, as I was saying at the beginning, is this going to be a year where people are going to grab the quarterbacks early because they want them, or is it going to be 2022 where they're going to just say no, they're not good, we're going to pass?
Yep. I have been saying that I think it's going to be like 2022. It's going to play out like that. That there's going to be 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round at most, and we'll see how it plays out from there. But
This could be me reading the tea leaves, and I could be completely wrong on this. But isn't Nussmeier, the quarterback from LSU, isn't his dad a part of the Saints coaching staff?
I don't know about that.
I
That's a
hope
good
I'm not
question.
making that up. I could have swore that he was, but if so,
There is a connection like that in this draft. I'm just not sure who it is.
research time.
Be interesting to remember that for next year.
Yep.
So if you were unfortunate enough to be a Panthers fan, is this one you get excited about?
I think you do to a degree because it's help for Bryce Young, and I mean that wide receiver room was, if not for the Patriots, the worst in the NFL by a long shot. So you upgrade that position, but for some of the talent that was still on the board, for the worst defense historically in the NFL last year, it seems to be a stretch to go for Ted McMillan over somebody who can help you anywhere on that defensive side of the ball. I mean, Will Johnson would have made sense there, or Jedi Barron there would have made sense. And you probably now need to spend like the rest of your draft picking defensive players at this point.
Okay. Now for the Saints, if it's not a quarterback, what is it?
It's
Edge
offensive
rusher,
or
Michael
defensive
Williams.
line or edge rusher. Yep.
Did you see Will Johnson
give
here?
No.
To give
Yeah, I don't
context, Doug Nussmeier is Garrett Nussmeier, the LSU quarterback, probably going into the draft next year's father, and is the current offensive coordinator for the New Orleans Saints.
Interesting.
So maybe he wants to draft his son next year if he declares. A little nepotism, never hurt nobody.
Yeah, that's not true.
I love the people on Twitter that complain about picks being announced early. Then get off of the app. Like, then don't look. Like, watch your TV. Like, what did we do?
If all you're doing is following NFL reporters, then I can't get anybody complaining about it.
So, okay.
But I would say Ted McMillan to Carolina was a surprise. So if we're saying that the draft was chalked to that point, that was the surprise pick of the draft. Other than like the trade was a surprise a little bit, that is what ended up happening. This is the first big surprise pick of the draft.
I think there's going to be a lot of McMillan type picks in this draft where it's kind of the range where they go, but you're going to see a lot of guys that nobody mocks to them this year because all these guys are graded similarly throughout the first round. I think we're going to have a lot of picks like that. Maybe we have them mocked in a typical range, but I don't think we're going to have the exact picks correct in a lot of mock drafts just because these guys are graded so similarly.
Did you guys know that Mason Graham and Ted McMillan were high school teammates?
I did know that actually. Yep, I did know that.
That was according to Field Yates.
Josina, as you
go
said,
ahead.
go ahead, Andrew. You're going to say the same thing.
Pick is in for the Saints.
Josina Anderson says that the Saints are not drafting a quarterback.
Didn't think so.
It's Kelvin Banks Jr.
Oh.
That
Bears are not going to be
Offensive
happy
line.
about that.
no sense.
Spencer Rattler gets some protection.
They just drafted
nice.
Teresa Puaga to be their left tackle last year.
Yes, but Ryan Ramczyk retired this offseason just a couple weeks ago, so they have a tackle spot open.
So who do you move to the right side?
You probably move Fuaga to the right side because he played right tackle Didn't he play right tackle in college?
He played some of both.
He played some of both. Okay. I think he's the one that you're going to move over, yeah.
I'd agree with that.
Now, Jordan Schultz did say, or no, maybe that was somebody else. Somebody listed him as an offensive tackle / guard. I'm trying to see it now. We'll see how they announce him.
So is offensive tackle kind of, I mean, is there anything here that we did we expect there to be 3 offensive tackles go before the Steelers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, I
Do we
said
expect a 4th. Do we expect, who is it, Simmons?
I think we could.
I think that would be very plausible. I said to start things out before
You've
the
got
draft
the
started. I
Texans.
thought most of those guys that the top 3 tackles would be off before pick 10, and that's how it's played out so far. So,
Roy Countryman had
Texans and
Banks
the Chiefs both
Jr.
have
as
ammo to
number
move up.
30.
okay.
So, yeah, that was interesting. So that's the first player. I don't know. So like Andrew said he had McMillan in the 30s, didn't you? So that's
I had him at
back-to-back players that some people had maybe not even going in the first round. And that was in the top 10. So that just really does go to show what you guys were saying about the kind of glob of players from this point on, that it's really personal preference for each team.
Yep. Now looking at the Bears coming up next, is this Tyler Warren or is this an edge rusher, Michael Williams or Jalen Walker, since he's still on the board? I don't think it's offensive line at this point, Andrew, but I would think that you start. You
don't think they'd go Hampton this
tight
high,
ends
do you?
potentially. They could go Hampton this high. I saw somebody mock him there at 10, but that's a reach. That's a reach.
I heard a wild rumor that the Bears love Travion Henderson enough to where they'd even consider him at 10.
Yeah,
I don't think they take him, but that's something I kept in the back of my head. If I had to bet, that would be tight end. I don't know. I don't think it's a guarantee it would be Warren, though. There's a lot of teams that have Colston Loveland rated higher. So it's kind of a coin flip there. It could be either one. But I think tight end, if they stay here, is probably the pick. But Mike Green wouldn't surprise me. Running back wouldn't surprise me. Trade back wouldn't surprise me.
All right, Rich, we have we're gonna get Brian in here, so I'm gonna let you go. If you want to stay in the background and we can pull you up later, that's
I'm going
fine.
to hop in the background and continue just putting some knee-jerk reaction stuff together.
Love it.
All
right, let's get Brian back in here, the number 1 Raiders fan, to talk about that selection. All right, Brian, welcome back. The Raiders took a running back.
Yeah, I tell you what an excellent situation for both Genty and the Raiders. I think it's a match made in heaven for both of them. They have not had a dynamic running back in a long time, and they've had a great running back in Josh Jacobs, who I think was phenomenal. I wish they wouldn't have let him go. They made a huge mistake by doing that, but Austin Genty is next level. The only guy in college to rush for more yards than in the history of college football was Barry Sanders, and I think a lot of people arguably could put him on the Mount Rushmore of all-time running backs. So a great selection for the Raiders. They really needed this. They have a lot of holes that they need to fill, but this is one that seemed really smart for them. Now, there were rumors that if Genty was gone, they would have went for a guy like Armand Membo, which I think the Jets made a phenomenal pick at number 7. And I think that's incredible as well. I was shocked with Carolina at number 8. We saw Tet dropping in a way, but apparently they didn't. They get a great player. I just didn't see it happening there. And now we're looking to see what the Saints went with Calvin Banks.
Colston Loveland is the pick for the Bears.
Wow.
Sorry to interrupt, Ryan,
Over
but Andrew, you were
Tyler.
correct. Andrew, you were correct. Colston Loveland gets the nod.
The Michigan guy knew it was going to be the Michigan guy.
They just don't like Loveland. They love Loveland.
They love Loveland.
Andrew, what is it about Loveland that separates him from Warren? Because those are like the top 2 tight ends in the draft.
I think some people believe he has a higher upside as a blocker. I actually don't believe that. I think that Tyler Warren has a little bit more power just in his hands. He's a little bit better with his hand usage at this point. Loveland's got to add more weight, though. I think if he does add weight, he definitely has a willingness to block and be that 3-down value as the traditional inline tight end. But he's got to fill out his frame. I would say he is more explosive after the catch. He is a more explosive receiver in general. He's a big play threat. And I think when you compare him to what the Lions had in Sam Laporta, he is much more Sam Laporta-esque than Tyler Warren is. And I think if Ben Johnson's trying to run his offense in a similar style that he ran it in Detroit, Loveland probably reminds him a little bit more of Laporta, a little bit more similar physically.
I think Colts fans are clapping their hands right now. Tyler Warren's still available.
I think the Colts are going to try to trade up as soon as this pick.
The Niners could easily get out because they have more needs than the players would make sense for right here too.
They could.
It's funny to me that the edge rushers are starting to
take
fall.
Warren at 12.
So we've
Edge
only
rushers
seen
are
one
falling a
trade.
little bit. Oh, sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
We've only seen one trade. I'm surprised. I'm not counting the Houston trade. That
Michael
Houston-
Williams
what is
to the 49ers.
who?
Michael Williams to the 49ers. They ran that pick in.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, there it
Wow,
is.
indeed.
That must have been one of those. Hey, if he's here, we're taking him. And
Yep.
So now,
There you
so
go.
now
Exactly.
Dallas is on the clock. And with
This-
Dallas,
Dallas
Wide
is
receiver?
Matthew Golden or bust, I think. Matthew Golden is going to the Cowboys if I had to make a pick right now.
I was going to say, here comes the trade. The Cowboys are giving the Steelers their first for.
George Pickens.
Are they announcing week 1 of the regular season schedule right now?
What?
No. They're saying that the schedule release is happening on May 14th.
Why are they
That's-
doing this
that's-
full announcement with Laura Rutledge?
I don't know.
This is
So May
cringe.
14th. Day of the week is that?
I believe that's a Wednesday.
That's a Wednesday.
Oh,
Wednesday.
looks like we're switching nights again this year.
And that's my daughter's birthday. Crap.
Well,
I've
I
had
mean,
to
you'll
leave
just
her
have to tell
birthday
her.
before for the draft, for the schedule release.
You'll just have to tell her schedule release.
It's Sweet 16, though. You know, that's going to be hard.
So I'm not from the Pittsburgh area, and knowing the draft is in Pittsburgh next year, where are they going to fit this many people?
Jeff, you got the answer to that.
Yeah, because I know that if you listen to the Monday morning conversation this past week on Let's Ride, I had Joe from Draft Nation on, and he talked about how they're basically trying to get as many places as possible. But I think they're going to use Acrisure. They're going to use the parking lot in between Acrisure and PNC Park primarily. The question isn't where are they going to have the stage and stuff, is where are people going to park and how are they going to get people over there? Dave, how many people does the Clipper hold?
Well, let's see. I'm 1, 2. They have they have 4 big boats and a little piddly thing. It depends on which one.
You could just give me a ballpark.
I mean, you can several hundred people in the biggest one, but you're running back and forth the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rich said that he just sent me a text, said they're holding the draft at the Beehive. That's where the Asker draft party is, right?
All the way in Latrobe, baby.
Yep.
Well, then I'll be camping out there. That's where I'm broadcasting live from.
Mhm.
You don't want to be in the huddled
Gonna go to
masses?
the bank, get me some ones.
Mhm.
I did until I found out it was going to be at the Beehive. Me and Sapphire partying when the Steelers get their quarterback in 2026. It'll be nice.
Was Sapphire the one that stole someone's cell phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, old Safi.
Is that what you call her?
Oh, gosh.
Well, someone said might as well just do it in the casino. Draft Nation does have the audit, like the concert venue in Rivers Casino, but if the NFL comes in and says, "Yeah, we want that space, and we're going to pay this much money for it," then Draft Nation's like, "Okay, we either pay that, match it, or we have to say bye and find somewhere else." So
It's going to be hard to beat the NFL on that one.
it's hard to beat the NFL with anything.
Here's an interesting note. The Giants, even after selecting Abdul Carter's edge rusher, they went ahead and exercised the fifth-year option for Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yep.
So they've got 3 big name edge rushers now there that are going to rotate. And Thibodeau was the 5th overall pick 4 years ago, and then they traded for Brian Burns last year. So that's a really good 3-man rotation at edge rusher.
I forgot about the Brian Burns trade.
So did
Abdul
they
Carter
seriously
might play
just
some
draft a
off-ball linebacker, too.
rotational substitute in the top 10?
I think they're going to play all 3 guys on the field a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you say, Andrew, that they would put him off the ball sometimes?
Who are we talking about?
We're talking about Abdul Carter
Giants.
to the Giants. Even
Oh,
though they
Abdul
just
Carter. I'm
locked
like,
up-
what did the 49ers just do here?
no.
And I got confused there for a minute. I'm looking at who's available on the board, and I'm looking at the edge rushers. I'm like, wait a minute. No, I think that Kayvon Thibodeau is a trade candidate at this point. I believe it is Adam
Well,
Schefter
they-
that mentioned something.
They
about
just
that
picked up his
They just
5th-year
picked up
option.
His 5th-year option, yep.
Is there any way that they would trade him after picking up that option?
That makes it tricky.
I don't think so. The Rappaport said that it made it pretty clear that he was going to be sticking around. So,
I mean, you can't have too many pass rushers.
yeah. I was saying that I think Abdul Carter might play a little off the ball, and they'd play all 3 guys a lot. Play like a Micah Parsons role over there.
For the right thread, I put a picture of the lavender plant, and then I put a lavender as the group name for the way he started.
So Dallas is on the clock, right?
Yes.
Mhm. Yep.
Not officially, but
They're on our clock.
correct.
Shout out to
Would
Jeffrey
you all-
Benedict. He's in the chat.
What's that?
Jeffrey Benedict's in the chat.
Nice.
Mm.
So, what would you all be disappointed if the Steelers traded their first round pick and they traded out of the first round?
No.
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 Depends what they got back.
Especially if we get a number 2. You know,
They're gonna be
Yeah.
the same size and everything, right?
I don't think I'd want them to trade out for a number 3. Trade out of the first round. I'd be fine with them trading down in the first round, but it would have to be for a number 2 to trade out.
Agreed.
There's a chance that Dallas is trading out of here. I just saw.
I would. And they could just trade down 2 with the Colts. The Colts are desperate.
Yep.
And I could see the Broncos moving
That
up
was
too.
going to be my guess too. The Broncos coming up for Matthew Golden or Tyler Warren.
I think Tyler Warren's gonna be off soon. I'm surprised the 49ers didn't deal that pick.
Who did they take again?
Michael Williams.
Michael Williams.
That's what I assumed. I had him going 9 to New Orleans in the mock draft, but if he would have been there at 11, that's who I would have given them.
Oh yeah.
They didn't waste any time either.
No.
Mm-mm.
There were
Stiff
some
arm.
rumors that the Cowboys might be in on Gray Zabel at this point in the draft too.
I heard that too.
See, I think that's way too early for Zabel.
I agree.
Dallas can
He-
take
that's-
Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
So I want to remind everyone that's watching that when the Steelers do make a pick, if they make a pick, you'll see some shuffling around. Dave will have to leave right away and go record a breaking news podcast. Eventually, you'll see Dave, Brian, and me leave to do a roundtable, which we'll be doing that live stream. It will be all about the Steelers pick. In that time, Jeremy, Andrew, and some others will be taking over on doing the NFL feed, and then we'll typically come back by the end of round one. And then just as a reminder, too, we will be doing this all 3 days. So we'll be back tomorrow. We'll probably start it at 6:30 because the coverage starts at 7. And we'll even be here at 11:30 a.m. on Saturday because the coverage starts at 12. Day 3 is a grind. There's no other way to put it. It is a grind. So it's a bunch of me saying, who's up? Who's that? No idea. Let's move on.
Get that big board PDF.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's why we need Will Barr, and that's why we need bets.
Well, Roy Countryman
And
too.
Roy
He's going
will
to
be
join us
here?
on Saturday.
Yeah, there you go. You guys
You guys don't even need to come. You can
go
just
to the mall.
yeah, you guys can just chill and we'll take care of it.
Yeah. I mean, I could think of other things I could do.
I'm pretty sure you could at this
Jeff,
point.
you weren't on there very much on Saturday last year. You weren't.
I think it was like, I'll be right back.
You were not on there a lot.
And then Roy killed the feed.
Yes.
Yeah, Jeff went to Applebee's, I think.
You got to get
This
a
year
home
Jeff's
cooked
gonna
meal
be
once
out
in a
back
while.
with a chainsaw.
Oh my gosh! Don't even get me started. That cleanup's going to be like a month-long process.
That's because you're trying to use a handsaw. I'm telling you, I'll come
No.
over with a chainsaw.
Thank God I have good neighbors, and we're still not even close to being done.
Yeah.
Neighbors with chainsaws.
Well, I told you I would be glad to come over, and I would have no problem with that. But I think what we should do is we should auction off the cleanup to listeners that want to come and hang out with us while we have chainsaws. So they would actually pay to come and clean up.
Brian, do you have a chainsaw? I don't even own a chainsaw. Do you have a chainsaw? That's frightening if you do.
I've got a mini chainsaw that's
Okay.
not as dangerous, but yeah.
A mini chainsaw.
It's like a battery-powered one.
Yeah. It's like, but the battery power it's kind of like like you would have for your not snowblower, but for your leaf blower and stuff like that.
Like a Ryobi.
Yeah. I've become a Ryobi guy.
There you go. For those that don't know, I was without power from Saturday until yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, due to a microburst in our neighborhood. And some giant trees that were very, very old fell all over the neighborhood. Power outages. It was bad. So
I believe one of our legendary weathermen and news guys here called it the worst storm that he's ever seen hit Hagerstown. And he also said that it was a 75 mile per hour winds.
And I drove up your old street today, Jeff, at your old house, and those old trees on that main road. There was a couple houses that had stuff.
Tyler Booker to the Cowboys.
Oh, we got it.
all right,
Whoa.
pick is in.
Tyler Booker to the
Oh, my
Cowboys.
goodness. Took forever. All right.
They must have entertained
Tyler
some
Booker
calls.
to the Cowboys. Yep.
It's a good pick.
I will take my
I still don't
leave.
have that one.
So I will be back
All right, Philly.
in the coming days.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, buddy.
See everybody.
Thanks, Billy.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Have a good one.
All righty.
This is an interesting pick by the Cowboys. They're playing trenches first,
Who
and that's going to Ari Mirov
I don't.
was the first one on it for me,
Seeing if Jordan Schultz has it yet.
and John
He does not.
Frischella.
I don't even know who that is. No meaning who they took. You said Tyler Booker? Oh, that's the guard. That's
Tyler
okay.
Booker.
That's the
Yep.
guard from Alabama.
He's the
Okay.
All
guard.
right. Jordan
From
Schultz has
Alabama,
it
yeah.
now. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Andrew, this is early for what we've seen projected for Booker, but it makes sense for the Cowboys.
It does. He's not a good tester, but when you think of Zach Martin, who just retired, they need a guard that can plug and play from day one. You watch Tyler Booker's tape. It's not flashy, but it's just solid. He's a good pass protector for a bigger guy. He's got pretty good feet. He's got great power in the run game. And his lack of athleticism isn't as big of a deal to me at guard. As long as you've got decent athletes on the opposite sides. I know he's got Tyler Smith on one side. So I'm not worried about his fit here with Dallas. I think it's a little bit higher than what most people expect it to be, but it's a solid pick for Dallas. And I expect him to probably go running back tomorrow. So this is going to be a big boost to their running game.
Yeah. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock, and I've been reading all over the place that they are in love with Malachi Starks, that he could be the pick here at 13, or they could be the trade down spot here for the Broncos to try to go up and get Tyler Warren ahead of the Colts.
I actually thought, and I had their pick in the FFSN mock draft, and I went with Miami to go ahead and select another guy in the secondary, and that was Jody Barron.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out Jedi Barron here.
Yep.
All right, let me bring Rich back in since he's waiting around. There we go. Rich is back.
Hey, I'm back.
And better than ever.
Better than ever.
Hey, back. I'm Jeremy.
Mm-hmm. Dad, I was happy to hear you
There
like
it
the
is.
idea of the draft at the Beehive.
Absolutely.
Well, did it reopen officially? Because it closed.
You know what? You know what? I can be honest with you. I cannot tell you when the last time I was at a gentleman's club was. I think it's been over 20 years. So
That's because you're not a gentleman.
okay.
All right.
He was at the strip joint last weekend.
Me and Yins were down there at the nudie bar, Nat.
Oh my gosh, here comes the awful Yinzer accent.
Good
Matt.
Yinzer. I've had actual Yinzers tell me that was a good accent.
No. Fake news. That's fake news.
I've got family with killer Yinzer accents.
You know who does it great when he really gets going is Dave Damashek. Love to listen to him when he lets it loose.
I think he keeps it pent up for so long, and then it just comes out. It's a
He
raging
does.
beast.
Indy's got to love the way that this is working out for Tyler Warren to fall to them at 14.
Yeah, unless Miami says, "Here you go, Broncos."
Dave
I bet
Stefano just made a good point. The Finns are smitten with Gray Zabel as well, but I just think it's way too early. They do need guard help, but I think they need both. They need guard and corner
They need tackle
and
help,
safety. They need a lot.
They might need quarterback not after too long.
Yeah, they've been sneaky for me for that. I think that's a coach that could get fired after this year with as many holes as they have on their roster. I don't know if they fill that in one offseason, and two is just going to keep disappointing, and you paid them all that money. I think that whole front office and coaching staff could be gone after this year.
Well, what do they do with Tyreek Hill? He's having some off-field issues.
Really? We've never heard that story before.
Well, that's odd. I mean,
Oh, is it a day that ends in Y?
Well, he's had new off-field issues. Let me put it that
Oh.
way.
You said Tyreek Hill?
I know.
Model citizen?
Shocking. Shocking. Okay.
Okay, so to talk a little bit of Steelers here. I listened to the Athletic Football Show, and one of their analysts there was pretty convinced that George Pickens would be on the move for Pittsburgh. But he thought that the best that they could do for George Pickens was a 4th-round pick.
Jeez,
So
really?
my question to you guys is: would you move George Pickens for a 4th-round pick?
No.
absolutely
No.
not.
No.
Yeah. You would have to
You
get
might be able to get
much
third
better
for him next
value.
year if he has a good enough season.
That's a good point, Andrew. If he has a good season,
I was
and you
going to
lose
say
him, it's good.
at least a fourth, but it's going to be in 2027.
Yeah.
So,
The early run on the defensive tackles so far is not happening. I think that one
no,
of those
stop!
guys would
Don't
be
say such things. Don't speak these things into existence.
Hey, you have to analyze them.
Shut your filthy mouth. That's
I was just gonna say the same
Filthy
thing. It's
mouth.
looking really good for the Steelers right now.
No. What are you? I am never watching a game with either of you guys.
they're the guy. Jeremy's the guy. Boy, can't throw an interception here.
Guys have missed the kick all season.
I'm like, yeah, Najee Harris never fumbles the football.
Yeah.
And then
Did you know that Najee Harris hasn't fumbled the football in so many touches? And there you go.
Don't worry, nobody gets pregnant their first time.
Jeez, Brian.
That took a 2 a.m. turn.
Yeah.
That's
It sure
a
did.
good-
Wow.
Seattle has 2 losses.
Yeah.
I will apologize to Andrew. He's giving me that look.
He's got the Fans First Sports Network super professional microphone, and Brian's over here talking about Lord knows what.
That thing is expensive too.
And Big Bro's going like, you
what
fucked
else
me
is
for
there
that?
too?
Yeah, really?
So it's still Miami that we're waiting for, right?
Yep.
Okay, just
Yes.
making sure. I'm
The
just
pick is in though.
yeah.
I'm not
But it's
seeing
not
it
on our
anywhere.
phone.
If it's
Well,
not
yeah.
on our phone, it's not in.
The NFL must have finally threatened these people with their jobs.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
They're already talking about Warren at 14.
Dolphins draft Michigan football defensive tackle Kenneth Grant.
No.
Really?
That's you
Jeremy!
need to shut your freaking mouth.
Screw
You just spoke it into existence.
I'm
didn't you?
going home.
You've got to friggin' be kidding me.
I'll see you guys next year.
I think I'm
Where are you
out.
seeing that? Where are you seeing that,
blew it.
Jeremy?
It was
Albert
Aaron
Greer
Wilson.
has it with Grant going to
Aaron
Miami.
Wilson. Aaron Wilson said
Okay.
Tyler Grant, but he meant Kenneth Grant, and so I just made the
That's
connection.
because Tyler Warren's going.
Sorry,
with the next
guys,
pick.
my bad.
Yeah.
Maybe we could speak of Tyler Grant into
Oh,
existence.
you know, I
I
think
mean,
the
you
Colts-
don't even look at the live chat right now, Jeremy. Don't just don't. You're toast there.
The Colts are probably going to take Shador Sanders, is what I'm thinking. You know?
Yeah.
Shador Sanders is still on the board. The Colts are probably going to do that. Save me.
Well, you know why? Well, with Shadur Sanders there because
Oh my gosh! Don't take Shador Sanders.
Is that what we're
Don't
seeing?
take Shador Sanders. You
I'm
got the front door.
I'm all in on trade back now.
Oh, hold on. So, can we talk about the Derek Harmon rumors of there's a medical thing? I agree with what Dave said. I think it was on this morning's podcast, Pittsburgh Standard Time, where it was very reminiscent of Troy Fautano a year ago, where there were like these little inklings and rumors that there might have been an issue. Are we hearing the same thing about Derek Harmon?
Before we get to that, Tyler Warren is the pick for the
Yeah.
Colts. They ran that one up for the
Wow.
board.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
They didn't have to trade up to get him. That team's
Yeah.
got to be ecstatic right now.
Colts dream come true is what Ari Mirov says. But sorry, Jeff. You were asking if it's a big deal, right, for Derek Harmon?
Well, I never heard anything about it until Dave put it in our Slack channel the other day.
Yeah. I hadn't either. It was super
They
late
brought it
news
up in the live
cycle.
chat of Rich's and my show Tuesday night. Yeah.
I'm not worried about it.
Well, what is the injury? Does anyone know? Is it a
Shoulder.
knee? What?
Shoulder.
Shoulder.
Sweet.
This first round is going really fast compared to most years. We're
Freaking
almost
love
halfway
it.
through, and we're only an hour and a
Yes.
half in.
Yes.
Andrew, did you not? What just happened with
Like, did you not just learn a lesson? Seriously.
You know what? I think we need, we have the round table here. I think we have a draft kids round table, and Jeremy Betts and Andrew Olbar are getting over to the
We're
draft.
being
It'll be your
demoted.
Nickelodeon broadcast.
We're being demoted, Andrew.
You guys are on the Slime Time draft channel.
Yeah. Joining Andrew and Jeremy Betts is SpongeBob.
I think I'm calling in sick tomorrow.
Then we're going to see Andrew guest star and Drake and Josh, the reunion.
I will tell you one thing about Kenneth Grant going here. I'm glad he's not in Cincinnati because I liked him a lot.
Yeah.
You know what? I was not here when we talked about the Browns pick, but I feel the same way. I'm glad the Browns don't have a guy like Genty. I'm glad they don't have Travis Hunter, and I'm glad they don't have Abdul Carter. So I'm fine with Mason Graham going there. So I'm fine with Cincinnati not getting Kenneth Grant.
So who's on the clock now? It is Atlanta.
The Atlanta Falcons, yep.
Atlanta Falcons are on the
This
clock.
feels like an edge rusher.
Or they could screw it all up and go quarterback again.
Draft the backup for Penix.
Yep.
This isn't Jalen Walker. Anything else is the mistake, I think.
Well, let me.
I don't know, man. Mike Green here. I've loved Mike Green here for a while, and I think that he's a more natural edge rusher than Walker is.
But yeah, I mean,
Walker's kind of
they have their choice of a couple edge. That's really what they should be right here.
Yeah, exactly. Or
Okay,
corner
so-
even.
Peter Schrager was saying 15's the floor for Nolan.
Yeah.
Who remembers
I
the
don't know.
draft? Dave, I know you do. Brian, I'm sure you do as well. Where was it? Andrew Billings,
Yep.
the defensive lineman,
2016.
2016. Everyone's like, they got to get Billings. He's still there, and they didn't. And he fell till day 3, I think. Wasn't it
Fourth round
because of
pick.
wasn't it like a knee injury or something like that?
Yep.
It was a medical.
He went to Cincinnati and he was a 4th round pick, and he was I think he ended up in Washington as well, but he just wasn't. He was serviceable, but he wasn't the number 1 pick that everybody wanted. And good thing they didn't take him, because they would have missed out on Artie Burns and Sean Davis. But they did pick Javon Hargrave instead of him. So and that was in round 3.
So
Hey, Andrew, to go back to your comment about Walter Nolan, the Falcons did cut Grady Jarrett, so they've got a big hole at defensive tackle.
They do.
as well. So
Their whole defense
that
is a
could be-
hole right now.
You said the Falcons. I thought you were talking about the Bengals.
Well, Bengals.
Well, you say their whole defense is a whole. I just figured that was,
Yeah.
The Bengals think they can just put Hendrickson out there by himself, and they might be able to get by.
What the heck is Jim Harbaugh going to do now with all his Michigan guys off the board? Andrew?
Will Johnson's still there.
Yeah, it's true.
I think he could fall into the 20s.
Let me ask you something, Andrew. And Will Johnson was a guy that was actually the Raiders were looking at him at number 6. He did not run in his pro day at all. Now, he did some shuttle drills. He did some other things. Do you think that's going to really hurt him?
Yes, I think it will. And I think it. I don't think he would have run a good time if he would have run. I was hearing that he was running in the high 4.5s, low 4.6s because he's still not fully healthy. Even the clips that you see from like his workout that he had, it's still not moving as good as what he did. When you watch the tape from the last 2 seasons, there's never a concern when you watch his tape about speed, at least from what I watched. I never saw him trailing receivers in man coverage. I don't know where people are getting this from. Like, I think he's a very good athlete. I don't have any questions about speed watching him. I figured that would probably cause him to drop on boards, but I honestly think that this is just one that the NFL's overthinking.
So let me ask you this. Would anybody be disappointed if the Steelers went with Will Johnson at 21? Because I would not. I'd love it.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't draft, or you wouldn't be disappointed?
I wouldn't be disappointed.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
No, I think it would be great.
That would be one of those value picks that you didn't expect a player to be there. He's there, you take him.
Because he
plays
still
very
will
Way to
be
get out,
healthy.
but still.
He plays a very
seems like a
similar
guy-
style to Joey Porter.
And he seems like a guy that will be healthy.
Yes, he will.
Do I need to know like a
He is Will.
thing for the interview?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm coming strong with the dad jokes tonight.
Well,
Atlanta's taking their time. I know that they've talked about moving out of that pick.
Yep.
I don't know who would move up though, unless the team wanted to get ahead of Arizona for Barron. I still had Barron going at 16 to Arizona.
No, those won't work, baby. It has to be wet. I think
I'm gonna throw. No, I'm not gonna do it because then everybody will yell at me when he goes.
we got Jeremy doing the knock on filter, you know.
His initials definitely did not start with K and G.
Okay, Cam Hayward had a tweet or an X. I don't know what we're allowed to call it anymore. But about 16 minutes ago, I think this is great. Man, watching all these people flake after they said we are taking a quarterback is interesting. ...
Oh,
Watching all these people flake.
Flake after they said we are taking a quarterback is interesting. I guess people are announcing they're not going to take one.
yeah. Adam Schefter came out and said that even if Shedeur Sanders on the board for the Pittsburgh at 21, that it's not likely that they draft him there.
We've known that for a long time.
Exactly.
But it's the media matchmakers. That's
Oh,
bad
Brian loves
term
that.
of the year.
Brian loves that term.
And I
Media
coined
match-
it. I coined it. And, you know, the media matchmakers are crazy with this. They don't know what fans know. They don't know what we know. They just don't know. But those of you that are listening to them, if you're going to listen to somebody, listen inside the 412, inside the 724. But, hey, screw those guys. Listen to the Steel Curtain Network.
I was going to say, there's people like Filipponi out there in the 412.
Yeah, Filipponi's he's a gem. Let's just say that.
Is he?
It's.
I mean, I get a good laugh or two every day from.
Hey, he plays the role of heel very, very well. It's like a wrestling heel.
Oh yeah,
That's exactly what he is.
And
He knows-
Madden did it first, amazingly. Madden. Say what you want to say about a guy like Madden, but this guy's just trying to sniff Madden's jock at this point because Madden is one of the best of all times, being a radio heel.
Oh yeah.
Didn't Mark Madden hop on those old NFL films top tens all the time?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
And he was always so angry. I remember that from childhood. So,
But he was a WCW, wasn't he, Brian?
Yeah, he and he got. Oh my gosh, I still have PTSD over watching him shirtless, getting beaten up by Tank Abbott, an MMA guy. And that was 99 or 2000. I've seen the clip before on YouTube. I've watched it. I was like, oh, goodness.
All right, here we go. Let's get this question up here. BF Bud says, panel, who do you want to pick for the Steelers as of now? We'll start with you, Jeremy.
Derek Harmon. Give me
Dave?
Cam Hayward 2.0. Yep.
If they were picking in this spot, I mean, if they went somebody like a Will Johnson because he's there, I'm not upset with it, but I would still take Harmon at this point.
All right, big bro.
Yep, I agree, Harmon.
Brian?
I want Will Johnson.
Oh, okay. Wilbar?
Can I say trade back and figure the rest out later?
No.
Pick a player.
No, because you have to make the pick it. Is it still 15?
I would go BPA, Will Johnson.
But don't they have
Okay.
like
I would consider Matthew Golden as well.
If
Matthew
I don't,
Golden did come in for a visit.
Yep.
Johnson did not. I know that's not the be-all, end-all, but just to say.
You know who I would consider too, and everybody would call me nuts, but I love Hampton. I don't care if he's a running back. I have no problem drafting a good running back in the first round. I think he's a blockbuster.
I wasn't
player.
here for it. Yeah. Yeah. No, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I think he's a blockbuster.
That was rude. 1,000 pardons. Yeah.
Right.
I don't even know what I heard what you said, but I don't even know what it meant. I wasn't here for it.
No, you weren't. We had the discussion of whether running backs worthy going in the first round.
Oh, okay. I was not here for it.
Andrew went off on that one a little bit.
Okay, well, what's your take, Andrew? Because I did miss that.
Are you talking about the running back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, especially in a draft that's this deep with running back talent specifically, I don't see the value in taking one in the first round. The shelf life is just too short. And that's just any draft across the board. I'm just not a fan of taking running back in the first round in general. Genty, I could understand because the draft is weaker at the top. I understand why the Raiders took him where they did. But just generally speaking, you can find so many good guys on even day 3 this year. There's going to be some good running backs. Donovan Edwards will be there on day 3. Bachel Tootin could very well be there on day 3. There's going to be some really good runners on day 3 that will probably have almost as long a shelf life as the first round guys.
All right, I respect that.
And I just want to note that this pick from Atlanta has taken forever to get in. They used up like all of their time after somebody commented about how quickly this draft was going.
And yeah,
Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker.
Yeah,
but Richard's right. As soon as someone says, "Oh, look how fast it's going," they're under a minute when the pick is in. Yeah.
So there you go, pass rusher.
I figured this was the pick here. But then you just never knew for sure.
So now we move on to the Arizona Cardinals at number 16 before the Bungles pick at 17.
See, with Grant gone, I'm afraid the Bungles are going to take Harmon.
Arizona could take Harmon.
I'm afraid the Bengals take a guy like Will Johnson. They love those Michigan guys.
They do. Jeremy, if you're making a pick here for Arizona, if you had to bet on one guy, who do you think it is? Do you think they go edge rusher here? I had Barron in the mock draft, so I'm sticking with it, but Ed wouldn't surprise me.
I'm sorry, say that again. My TV cut out on me, so I'm trying to figure out how to get it back up here.
I was just saying what your pick would be for Arizona here. Like, I had Jedi Barron in the mock, so I'm sticking with that, but it wouldn't shock me with the edge rushers here if they went that direction too.
Yeah, edge rusher, Jahad Campbell could be in play. Matthew Golden could be in play for them too. So to add to that wide receiver room around Kyler Murray. But to me, the smart money is on going defense and one of those guys who makes an impact up front, whether that's Campbell or one of the edge rushers. That makes a lot of sense.
Campbell's one of those guys that if the medical is bad, he might be able to fall to Arizona in the second round. But if teams aren't concerned with the medical, they could go ahead and take him here in the first.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, just because it's out of stock right now doesn't mean it's going to stay out of stock.
All right, so Cardinals, Bengals, Seahawks, Buccaneers, Broncos, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers.
O'Neal Cruz had a leadoff home run.
Saw that.
Hey, it's and Kutch scored too, so nobody's talking. So I'll talk baseball.
Yeah. Isn't this a chance for them to sweep?
Yeah, and they really needed to against a team like the Angels. Yeah, it's 2-0 at the end of one. Plenty of time to blow it.
Sounds like Brian to be here.
What happened to all the reports at the beginning of the draft saying expect a lot of trades and chaos with trades? We've just had the one.
People were so in shock about that one. I guess it kind of, yeah.
Spoken me.
See, Andrew's trying to speak it into existence now. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I will say this though about that. You know, we were just talking about how it's starting to drag, but when you're trying to make trades, everybody's on the phone right now.
Yeah.
Just because it's not happening doesn't mean it's not trying. you shouldn't be trying. And I tell you, hats off to the Colts for not panicking, for not moving up, for not sacrificing anything and getting their guy at 14.
Just like the Raiders last year with Bowers.
He wasn't really – he was kind of like Rod Woodson from 1987. They weren't expecting him. They changed their entire draft. They changed when he fell to them. They're like, this is a generational player. They were all in on Talise Fuaga last year, and then Fuaga went right before them.
Mm-hmm.
See, now is when it starts to get more into nervous time. Nervous and anxious. The pick is coming.
Yeah, I'm feeling tingly.
It's just too easy to say these things.
I know. It's like I'm sitting there thinking, is that because we've been talking about the Beehive, or
All right. Speaking of a guy we were just ripping on, Andrew Filippone's 1 minute ago had this post. Tomlin is going to try and talk Rooney into Shador. Mark my words.
All right. Jeremy Betts stepped away, so we're going to bring in Corey Eckenroth now. Corey, what's up?
How's it going, fellas?
I know Corey's a diehard Penn State fan, so I'm sure you're watching on this Nittany Lions getting drafted.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see Tyler Warren go to the Colts. I was wondering what would happen if he had lasted a couple extra picks and the Steelers had a chance at him, if they would consider taking an 84th tight end for the roster this year.
There's no way he was getting past the Colts.
No. I was surprised to see
would have been nice to
Loveland
think
go
about
before him, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Andrew wasn't.
Pick is in. I'm still waiting for it to be here.
I'm not seeing it.
The Cardinals really wanted to shock some people. They could maybe take a Matthew Golden here.
I can see it.
Pair him with Marvin Harrison Jr.
It's a lot of speed.
Sure is.
Still a lot of tackles on the board here. They need one.
I'm just waiting to see who trades up first, the Texans or the Chiefs for Josh Simmons, because both teams need a tackle desperately. And, I mean, if you're Kansas City, you have Mahomes. You know that you can win any game. You just got to protect them. So if I'm Kansas City, I don't care what it takes to go up and get him. If I believe in Simmons,
Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
Walter Nolan to the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
And to what you were
People
saying,
were saying in the live chat, but they kept saying Walker Nolan. I'm like, that's not somebody in the draft.
I think Captain Underpants would put in the chat a few minutes ago about how people would think if the Steelers traded back to 31 and got 63 and a fifth. I'm not sure the Steelers could get 63 and a fifth. If they got 63 alone, I would be pumped.
Yeah, I don't think they could. I don't even know that they could get that.
I think when you look at some of the draft value boards, the Chiefs picks and the Steelers picks can line up well in making a deal.
Okay.
Them and the Bills.
From Kelsey Conway, she's a beat reporter for the Bengals. Just tweeted out 1 minute ago, the Bengals are likely between Mike Green and Shamar Stewart, with Arizona taking Walter Nolan.
Oh, please take Shamar Stewart, Bengals, please.
Yeah. And Brandon, yes, I did know what you meant, but I was trying to get confirmation. I didn't know if you had seen it or if you were just saying who you thought they would take. That's the thing. That's the thing with listening to the live chat. You never know if they're offering a fact or an opinion, which is tough to see.
All right, so the Bungles are on the clock.
Maybe they do the right thing and go to a tackle this year.
Watch them take Gray Zabel here. We can try to fit him at tackle, even though we know he's a guard.
All right, I'm still saying that they go corner. They go Will Johnson.
I think they go edge rusher here.
Have to go defense, right? I mean, they put so much money into their offense. You have to be able to stop someone from scoring at some
I mean,
point.
could they surprise and go with? I always screw up his name. Emanwari.
The safety from South
the
Carolina.
safety.
Yeah.
They could. They have a needed box safety. I think Seattle could too. Mike McDonald in his ties to Baltimore, he could be that Kyle Hamilton type guy in Seattle's defense. But I think they could also be in on Zabel as well.
I don't know. In a lot of mock drafts I was running, it always seemed like they had the Seahawks scooping up Sanders ahead of the Steelers, which I would be happy with, although it would just be worth it to hear.
Oh my gosh, don't take Shedder Sanders.
that what
Don't
you're saying?
take Shedder Sanders. You shut the front door.
You don't realize it's lining up for that, right?
One of those for Jackson Dart too.
Wait a second.
Oh my gosh, don't take Jackson Dart.
Is that what
Don't
they're saying?
take Jackson Dart. You shut the front door. Did you do this with Tyler Shuck and Quinn Ewers and Will Howard and Kyle McCord? All of
We
them.
might have to wait until day 2 to find out.
You need to do one with my voice, but it's don't take the last piece of pie.
I just remember that night in 2022, I'm watching this show, Kenny Pickett, and he picks up his phone. I'm like, oh, great, he has a phone. Like, okay, whatever. It's like, oh, my gosh, no. Because then they're getting excited. It's like, they're going to take Kenny Pickett. Please don't take it. It was a dark day for me.
Then you found out he was a frat boy and you loved it.
The mind can trick you into believing whatever you want.
Are you saying me or you?
Could be both.
Hey, we've got an archives here.
As soon as they're tied to the Steelers, I might be frustrated, but I'm eventually going to convince myself that they're going to be a great player. Then later I have to tell myself I'm wrong some of the times, but it's what being a fan is a lot of times.
Yeah.
Bengals take Shamar Stewart.
Oh, Andrew's going to love that.
Andrew's not even there.
Andrew.
Shamar's-
Yeah, yes,
Da,
he's
da,
back.
da, da.
Rich
Yeah,
just
Good
said it.
timing, buddy.
The man on the
Shamar
street.
Stewart, number 17. And that
Yes,
means-
let's go. Bengals got a bust.
We'll see. Hopefully.
He is dressed. If I'm doing the red carpet here, that green velvet suit or whatever that is pretty sharp. I could rock that.
I'll say this much. I don't think Stewart necessarily would have been a bust. I just think he'll be a bust for the Bengals.
Okay.
A bust either way is fine.
He's got a good heart. He's got good hustle. It's just he can't finish. He doesn't finish. He'll penetrate and he'll generate pressure, but he cannot finish plays.
Which would make him great as a strong side linebacker. Set an edge where, you don't have to be the guy chasing down the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So, Andrew, how are you doing on your mock if you compare what's happened and what you predicted?
So I got obviously Cam Ward right. Travis Hunter, I got the pick number right, obviously to the wrong team. Got Carter at 3, Campbell at 4, Membu at 7. I had Loveland gone at pick 10. I knew that if he was there, I knew that the Bears really liked him, but I didn't project that. Same thing with Michael Williams. I had him off the board. I had the Colts taking Loveland and trade up, not Warren. I did have Jalen Walker, though. So I've got, I think, 6 so far. So I would say it's average. It's on par with most other years. Usually your goal for like a really good mock is if you can nail 10 exact ones and then you shoot for usually 25 of the guys that go in round 1. That's usually the kind of the basis for a solid mock draft. So we'll see if we can get to 10. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge in the second half, but we'll see.
Okay. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. Pick number 18.
Jordan Schultz says they're talking trade down.
I heard Seattle wants to trade out of the first round, but they already have plenty of draft capital, so I'm not exactly sure why they would need to trade down here unless there's just a guy they don't feel comfortable with taking.
Because they're tearing it down and building it back up again.
I mean, if they're finding a lot of value in the second and third rounds to do something like that, and you have that kind of draft capital, maybe you build with a lot of above average players in the second and third round that way.
So let's talk about life after defensive tackle if it happens here. 3 are down, there's 1 left. Where do you look towards? And of course, we're not looking towards quarterback in our minds. So let's throw that to the side. But do you go with the corner? Or where else do you go?
Well, I've got 4 picks right now with the Steelers, with 3 before the Steelers, that I would be okay with them taking the first round, not that aren't a quarterback. Okay? Harmon, Will Johnson, Dade Barron, Nick Emenwari.
Zabel?
I don't even have Zabel.
No.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
I don't like wide receiver there. Their second round pick is a wide receiver. Then they're going wide receiver with their first pick and second pick because they already made it in DK Metcalf. And that would just sounds bad to me. I'd rather have the safety than a wide receiver. But that's just me. That's my preference.
Are you taking Golden over Emeka?
Yes.
Okay.
Who did you ask?
Emeka at the slot.
Oh, I think he was talking to you.
I was going to say, Corey, who did you ask about when I named those 4? Someone that you said?
Oh, I
you
mentioned
Zabel?
Gray Zabel. If Gray Zabel's available there, there's some need for interior linemen, especially with Somali possibly leaving after this year.
Do you think they're going to go offensive line first round pick 3 years in a row? They already have too many of those guys that they're trying to evaluate now. I mean, normally I'd love offensive line. That's just a tough one to sell.
Sure. I think the offensive line's an incomplete project still. And, knowing that both of their guards have gotten turned over or are going to turn over at the end of this year. And typically the middle to end of the first round is where you'll start to see those interior linemen come off the board. It's a possibility. It's a low one. I mean, the defensive lineman is obviously where my heart's at. I think that's where a lot of Steelers fans are really looking at where they're hoping to pick. With Will Johnson being there, I mean, that's almost like the Quinyon Mitchell situation last year. We were looking at him as well, and some of us were hoping that they were going to pick him instead of Fautanu, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I still don't think it's far-fetched for the Steelers to take Darius Alexander from Toledo, especially on a trade-back scenario. I mean, his tape is good. It's very solid. He's right in there.
I would be on that board with that.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities if they can trade back, but Jeff Hartman loves to say they've got to find somebody who wants to trade up. Now, we've been talking about the Chiefs, and the Chiefs and their draft capital lines up really well with how the Steelers draft capital lines up in terms of what they can offer the Steelers, so I think maybe the Bills might possibly move up, but I don't know. It's been all chalk so far. There hasn't been a lot of trades, so who knows?
I will say this: if the Steelers don't have any intention to trade George Pickens, and we kind of receivers more or less out of the question for the round 1 pick, if for some reason Harmon is gone by the time the Steelers pick, I think that they would probably consider taking Travion Henderson at 20.
Ooh.
I've heard
All
that
right.
the
Seahawks number 18, North Dakota State offensive lineman Gray Zabel.
I got that one right.
So Zabel is off the board, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are now on the clock.
See, it's funny because I'm naming players that I would like to still be available for the Steelers, but there's just one that's so much more than the other. That's the problem. So
Denver Everyone says they want a running back. Am I correct in that?
Yeah. I mean, Hampton's been linked to them almost throughout the entire process.
Offensive
might be
playmaker.
It almost seems inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could be running back or receiver. If they trade back, Mason Taylor, maybe even.
So what do you think the Buccaneers do?
Safety. I think they go safety here.
I think they take Will Johnson.
I think
Yeah.
they either go as Raku from Boston
Roy.
College, or go ahead.
Yeah, Roy Countryman has cornerback as their number one need.
They do need a corner.
They need
I
secondary.
can see
Yeah.
that happening. They have a lot of options though. Like I would say probably Ezraku, or I know Jahad Campbell. Jahad Campbell to me would be an A+ pick there. He reminds me a lot of Levante David. Same skill set, same type of player. Gives him time to get healthy while he's still there, and he can be that long-term replacement there. I think that would be their A+ pick if they took Campbell. Still think Houston or Kansas City are teams that would consider trading up to this area for a
I
tackle.
think Buffalo too.
Well,
Buffalo
this is
for
also
defensive lineman. If you're
this
Buffalo,
is
though,
also- Go ahead, Andrew.
if you're Buffalo, I mean, corner is one of your biggest needs, but you have both Barron and Will Johnson on the board. Maybe you wait until one of them is gone before you make a move up.
I'm telling you, this is crazy because Jordan Schultz just put it out there. This wouldn't surprise me with Tampa or Denver. A ton of activity at the bottom of this draft with teams looking to trade down. Couple of QB needy teams are making calls
Because they want to get ahead of Pittsburgh.
They want to
thinking
get ahead of
the Steelers
Pittsburgh
are going to
because
take the quarterback.
They've bought into the narrative.
No, the media matchmakers is what
The
you
media
meant to say.
matchmakers. Yep.
That's the next T-shirt.
Steelers too.
That's the next drinking game. Every time Brian says media matchmakers in a podcast, you drink, and you'd be dead by the midway ad break.
But
like when Dave was always saying when he's on vacation. So now he always says, You changed what you
I'm
you
on
said.
location.
On location. All right. I'm trying to see if they.
Hey, Wilbar, got a name I'm going to throw out there for you. He was mentioned as a possibility at the bottom of the first, early second. It's a name the Steelers might be able to pick up tomorrow in day 2 or 3. Tyleek Williams, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. He got it injured late in the process. How do you think that's going to affect him and his draft status?
I don't think it's going to affect him too much. He's had a really solid pre-draft workout in general. He tested pretty well. He has shorter arms. I'm curious what the Steelers would do in that scenario. I'm assuming they would play him at the nose and they would move Benton out to more of that 5 technique type role. I've never been his biggest, and not just because the Ohio State connection. I don't care about that, but I when you watch him, he does struggle to get leverage. And I think a lot of that is due to his lack of arm length. That would be my one concern with him. But he's another guy could maybe sneak into the late first as well. I mean, all these guys down to pick 45 or so, they're so interchangeable at this point.
It says Buccaneers picking, so I guess they're not trading.
Closing in on 1,000 watching.
People are getting ramped up. They're getting ready for the Steelers pick.
Remember, it was, didn't I tell you, Jeff, that last year I don't want to say it, I won't mess up with Andrew, but it was like 10:45 when it was pick 21 last year.
All right, I'm just going to admit this now. I actually Googled the time that the Steelers picked last year so that I could throw it in the time slot for the live chat this year.
And they picked.
I wanted to be here for the pick. So, yeah, but I think they picked 21st last year, right? Or was it 20th?
They were 20th last year.
So
did we lose bad?
It was 10:38 last year, so I figured if I got on at 10, I might be there on time. And here it is, 10 after 10, and we're only a couple picks behind. So
If you need me to back out, Jeff, I can back out for a while.
No, I was just trying to take a quick break and give Betts a chance to come in, and then
he ran away.
Then he
Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle.
So when he comes back, I will stretch and then I'll be back.
Okay, there you go. Bucks making Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka the second wideout off the board.
Wow.
Albert
Good
Breer.
pick. I like that.
That means to me the Steelers, there's one more team to pick. To me, the best two are Johnson and Harmon. So to me,
I like both.
I
of them.
don't
I'm
trade
happy
back
with either of those.
because what's that?
I'm happy with either of those.
Yes, that's why I don't know that they trade back, because one of those two are going to be there.
How do they get that second round?
Well,
pick
with Barron
back,
there
though?
too, I would take my chances if Houston's willing to trade up, trade back to 25. You look at the teams that are picking below the Steelers. I mean, you have two corner needy teams, so maybe Barron and Johnson are off. But I think there's a very good chance one of those three guys between Barron, Johnson, and Harmon are still there. Worst case scenario, you may have even another option to make another small trade back to gain even more capital.
All right, hold on. Let's keep going with that hypothetical for a second, Will Barr. If you get back to 25, would you take Hampton there?
No,
That's a lot, right?
No?
Okay.
no running back.
I'd consider it. I'd consider it at 25. I know,
It
Dave,
just
you
means that
probably
that's
wouldn't.
so good.
Hampton's that borderline one where I
Like I
would
said, I
consider him
don't
tier
think
one.
there's that much separation of him and is it
Genty.
Hendrickson? No,
Oh.
no, because Hampton I didn't think was on the same level as Genty. I have Hampton with Trey Hendrickson. I always mess up last name.
To me,
Those
Henderson seems more like a Steelers back than
Those are my two that were the tier 2, but I didn't see that they're that much better than what everything else that could be available to them by the third round. That I just don't know that there's that much separation was my thing. But if they did it, it's, but why not? But you don't pick up Najee Harris's cheap 5th-year option to then turn around and take a running back in the first round of the very next draft. It just
could use a lead.
Yeah.
Well, the Steelers haven't picked up a 5th-year option since.
What's he talking to?
It's been a long time since they've picked up a 5th-year
TJ's?
option.
Probably.
Was it
Seems like.
TJ's?
It might
Was
have
that
been
the last one?
No, was Bud at? Bud was before him. They picked up his. So TJ might
Yeah,
be the
they
last
did.
one.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not been good. All right, so who's
No,
all right? What's the best of what's left right now, Andrew and Jeremy, for the Steelers? We're talking Steelers. Screw the Broncos.
Yeah. For me, it's obviously Derek Harmon. Shador Sanders is on that list. You've got Will Johnson, Matthew Golden. It's been overlooked, but the Steelers love him. I really believe that they like him a lot, so he's on that list.
Ooh. We have a correction from Albert Breer. He forgot Travis Hunter was also a wide receiver, so technically it's the third running back or third wide receiver off the board. Sorry, just had to put that out there.
Thank you for clarifying that for Mr.
All
Weir.
right.
Jahdae Barron's still on the board, so all of those guys are great fits. It honestly makes a lot of sense to trade back if you can get somebody to want to come up there.
People from inside the Steelers organization, beat reporters, are saying Broncos are sticking at 20 and making the pick. Because
they want
the Steelers are getting good information now because they're the next team.
How about the Broncos are taking Golden?
Nah, they're taking Hampton all the way.
I mean, I don't
rule out Henderson.
Henderson too, yeah.
Come on.
I also wouldn't rule out safety for them either, but they could take Emin Warren.
Emin Warren would fit in well there.
He would.
Someone just said that Chris Carter says Harmon's going to the Steelers. I just want to see it. That's
Who said that?
Someone in the live chat said that Chris Carter says.
Well, Chris Carter had the inside scoop last year as well, so
Yeah.
I trust.
We
But
didn't
I'm
see
friends
that
with
from
Chris.
Chris.
So, but yeah,
Yeah, I didn't see that from Chris on here, but
I don't know. I don't have him on my list.
Right now on the big
Christopher
board,
Carter sources Derek Harmon to the Steelers. That's what Chris Carter says.
Derek Harmon.
Yeah.
Love it.
But let's get the
Let's
Broncos.
go, please. Let's go,
Come on.
please.
Come on,
And
I
love
just
it.
want it to be
Trade
official
back.
so I can get
Trade back.
excited.
Grant was the only one I wanted.
Am I
more
bold
than
enough
him.
to do the pre-write and just?
What'd you say?
Am I bold enough to write the article before they?
Yeah, write it.
Throw the body together. Put his name in last.
There you go.
Jordan Schultz says the Giants are trying to get back into round one.
Okay. Oh no, that's saying. Oh, I thought it was saying. Yep.
right now on the big board, we've got Barron at 6, Johnson at 7, Jahad Campbell at 10, Mike Green at 13, and you have James Pierce and Nick Evan-Murray at 16, 17, then Derek Harmon at 21.
I'm higher on Harmon than Andrew is, but we all know that.
I like Harmon.
Andrew,
It's not that I dislike him.
what's your beef?
Grant, I like them both. They're not the same style of player, so it was kind of like what the Steelers wanted to have for their direction of the defensive line going forward. Did they want to get back to having a bigger nose tackle like guy, or did they want to try to get the guy that could be Cam Hayward 2.0?
And the big board specifically this is not necessarily a Steelers in general big board. This is just across the board. In general, for a Steelers big board, Harmon would be a little bit higher because of need and stylistically what the Steelers are looking for. But I mean, I was looking for more of that nose tackle. I wanted Kenneth Grant. He was my guy that I wanted. I like Harmon. If the Steelers stay at 21 and take Harmon, I would have liked to get more value out of it. But I like Derek Harmon. I liked him as a prospect for a long time. I wanted the Steelers to philosophically change back to having that old style nose tackle that I think would really help the Steelers run defense out a lot. And I like Derek Harmon. I think he's a solid pick. He just wasn't my top option. This is the spot where I'd be fine if the Steelers just traded back, get some more value. And if you miss out on Harmon, it's not the end of the world. But I can live with Harmon. I'd much rather that than Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I know Roy Countryman's going to be really happy. This was the guy he wanted for them.
He only has 1 year of good production, though. At Michigan State, he was not good.
Someone turned down the baseball game.
Is that Corey? Are they coming through? Or
It might be me.
Or is it Jeremy? I just saw Corey react. That's why I thought maybe it was him.
I thought it was Corey because I figured he was watching the Pirates because they're out in LA right now.
Yeah.
No,
I'm sorry.
Their terrible start to the season has me shaking my head right now.
They're going to sweep the Angels, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not much of a statement so far this season.
Well,
I mean, they do have Trout.
Did you see how they played against Miami earlier this year? It's an achievement either way.
I mean, O'Neal Cruz's home run, I think, is still sailing. That thing was a monster shot. But no.
Anyone seeing anything?
That's not on Denver. Nope. Still waiting for Denver.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't see anything yet either, personally. I'm looking through
I don't doubt that the information is valid about Derek Harmon, but my question is how can they know if the pick isn't in for Denver yet?
They will know. From what I understand, the team who's next is the first one that gets the information of who the team in front of them took.
Okay. It's all on a computer now too, I think. Yeah. So it goes immediately to the teams.
Yeah.
So
or could it be that the Steelers have some inside connection with Denver? They're like, oh, we're taking this.
Yep. The Steelers are on the clock.
The Steelers, they're on the clock, but they haven't said. I mean, the Steelers officially said they're on the clock, which means who did Denver take?
Denver? Come on, Denver.
Man, some of these.
Jahdae Barron.
They took Barron.
Wow.
It's a great pick.
Okay. It's a great pick. It's a great pick for them.
Yep. That's there with Jordan.
Denver's got the best secondary in football.
Come on. As soon as you get. To me, I expect Steelers insiders to break this first.
Yeah, absolutely. All the pundits, every single one of them said Shedeur Sanders, but if he doesn't go, it's because if he doesn't go here, I don't know where he's going to go. Or the Steelers just really need a quarterback, and it doesn't make sense for them to pass on it. Well, it makes perfect sense. If you know anything about
make sense to take a not good one, you know?
It makes perfect sense if you know anything about the Steelers. So
this is exactly where Mel Kiper gives the Steelers an F for taking Derek Harmon. Because Shedeur Sanders is on the clock.
It's his guy.
Yeah.
Mel is going to lose his mind in a minute.
Good.
Dale Lawley saying Derek Harmon would make a ton of sense.
Yep.
He absolutely would make a ton of sense.
Oh, they're even pumping Deion Sanders on the live cast.
Because they're ready for this. Don't do it.
It's gonna happen.
Don't do it.
If they do it, everybody watch Wilbar.
We're gonna see that. We're gonna see a crack across the camera from the microphone. Is what it's gonna be.
The mic that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, and we'll hear Jeff too. We've already been primed for that. So.
Yeah. I mean, do we want to go ahead and hear it now already, or I don't want to do it because I don't want that to be the way when the news breaks.
No, yeah, don't do it.
Connor Rogers says Derek Harmon to the Steelers.
Who's Connor Rogers?
He's a insider for the Jets.
Okay.
Seems like it's pretty set.
This has always made the most sense based on what they've said all offseason and the type of player he is. I tweeted out he's the fever dream of a Nick Faribaugh says Steelers taking Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon. Let's go.
Why isn't Faribaugh showing up on mine?
I wonder if Kenneth Grant, if he would have been available, if the Steelers would have still taken Harmon. My bet is they probably would have. So I'm almost in a sense glad that Grant was gone because I would have lost my mind if they would have taken, if they would have passed on Kenneth Grant. I would have been not happy. So
I just think it would have been interesting to see who they would have picked between the two of them.
Jeremy, put that in the breaking news channel.
Yeah, absolutely. The Faribaugh one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me find it again.
If you don't got it, let me know. I got it here in front of me. And then Alan Saunders, the Steelers will select Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon with the number 21 pick. He's already got the article out. Jeff, before you.
Waiting for the tweet.
I can't find it again. Sorry.
Aaron Becker has it too. Here, I got it for you, Jeff. I said I can get it in there. Here. On it.
Brain, whatever. That's
Gracias.
What is going on over here?
Just hit the try again button. You'll be in.
Yeah. So, like I said, let's see the Steelers have a better defensive tackle than what the Browns got. That's what I want to see.
Jeff, do you want any other ones?
I mean, once it's official, put it in there.
Okay.
Like if it's from the Steelers. Yep.
Jeffrey Benedict's happy the Steelers took a DT.
He's been screaming that since Tuitt retired.
Took us to live. So now what we missed.
So,
John Frashella is corroborating.
I am waiting. Oh, there we got Steelers fans on the television.
Let's go.
I'm waiting for it to be official on TV. Hey, that was the guy that Marky D interviewed. That was the old guy, guy that was the international fan of the year.
Where's Coach? Did you guys see Tomlin in the war room? I didn't see him.
I don't.
He's probably mad they're not taking Sanders.
The Steelers pass on Shador Sanders and are taking Derek Harmon, Jordan Schultz.
Hey, look, Stu Kurt Network just tweeted it out.
So Sanders hasn't gone now.
Who's the guy on the phone for the Steelers right now?
Yeah,
Jordan Schultz is saying it.
That's what I was wondering.
Martin? Is that who that was? Right?
I couldn't tell who that was.
That's who I thought it was, but I could be wrong. So there's all this stuff. Quarterbacks on roster on the
the broadcast.
Does
I
that
gotta turn
mean
up
we're
the
going
live cast. I
back
want to
to?
hear them lose their mind.
Does that mean we're going back-to-back seasons, going in the trenches on either side of the ball from Oregon?
No, he wasn't Oregon. He was Washington.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but we're going West
My
Coast.
bad. Yeah, that's
Steelers usually don't draft much, especially high in the drafts west of Mississippi. Here's the announcement coming here.
I think oh, here's Goodell. Here we go.
I still can't believe there's Steelers fans that really wanted the quarterback. He already said it on mine.
Like it. I like it. I like it.
I love
like
it. I love it.
Guys, I could not be happier with this pick. Honestly, this was my guy. This is my guy.
Yeah.
He's a solid pick.
Yeah.
When you're talking about like a good mix of floor and ceiling, he's got both. And with
There
Carl
he is.
Dunbar at coach, that makes a lot of sense.
With the Steelers hat on.
Look at that. Let's go.
Looks like he's about ready to lose it. And the Steelers, they hadn't drafted a defensive player in the first round since 2019. That's why their defense is so freaking expensive. Is because they're paying, they're having to pay to bring people in all the time because they're not putting high enough capital on the defense. Oh, I'm sure there. I don't. Is Mel? Didn't have ESPN on. Was Mel losing his stuff? All right, I got to go do. Brian's going to come in for me because I got to go record. So, all right. See everybody.
Who's gonna play quarterback position?
Moen.
Jeff, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, so normally I hop off the knee jerk after the Steelers pick. You want me to go ahead and just label it as ready to go, and then you can get a look at it?
Sounds good.
All right. So, just so glad that's over. So glad it was defensive tackle because that's kind of what I had my heart set on the entire offseason.
You know, I'm watching this promo on Harmon that they've got going on ABC. This dude looks and sounds just like Cam Jr. He does.
Cam went a full 10 picks after this guy in 2011, which is kind of crazy when you think back on it in his career. So I got to go back through my mock and see how many I've gotten right so far. I don't think it's many.
Well, Derek Harmon seemed to be the pick all along, and it just goes to show you that all that smokescreen with quarterbacks from get ready to drink, boys, the media matchmakers.
Drink.
No, I love this pick. I think it's exactly what they need. It's not sexy, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be sexy. Faneca wasn't sexy. Hampton wasn't sexy, but big guys that could get in there are sexy. So I love this pick. But I gotta say one thing though. And Jeff, I don't know if you took notice, but there was a woman that gave him a hug wearing a Mighty Ducks Adam Banks jersey.
You just won me over right there.
Yeah, that's it.
You talking Banksy? Come on. Dude knows his ducks. He knows his ducks. Let's hear it. Brandon Diaz gives us $1.99. Says Harmon will be here for 10 plus years. Great pick. Thank you, Brandon. I'm going to try not to crown anyone or call anyone a bust here on the first 10 minutes of them being a Steeler. So let's just see how it goes. I was pretty excited for Troy Falatanu, and we got to see all of 4 quarters.
Yeah.
So
it is like the Steelers have a couple extra picks this year with Fautanu and
Roman
Wilson. So, you know, sometimes those guys still work. You look back at Cam Sutton, who missed a full year with an injury, and then he was fine. And then Calvin Austin's the most recent example. Guys who can play, even though they missed some time. Don't get me started. I'm going to start believing in this team. Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler by the end of the week. I'm going to be thinking we're a Super Bowl contender.
Well, if you're fast forwarding until June, at the end of the week, that's
sure. Okay, so I have 6 correct team to player matches in my mock draft so far.
Oh, and my announcement, and I think I make this every draft. I've turned off the live chat because there's people complaining about this pick because it's not exciting.
It doesn't see bad. You have to understand that it doesn't matter what the pick is there are going to be those people. So you just got to ignore it.
That's what I'm doing. I turned it off so I don't have to look at it.
No, sometimes it's fun to watch the train wreck. I mean, just remember how happy you know, how it brought a smile to your face to watch Andrew's reaction to the Kenny Pickett.
Oh, you'll never forget that.
choice. You know, it's
See, the initial face plant into the ground was Artie Burns. Before that, that one I never got on recording. I was super curious about that one, and then Kenny Pickett happened. Now, in all fairness, neither of those guys ended up working out. They were both busts. So the evaluation of that itself was right. No, we won't talk about my Malik Willis evaluation, but
all right, let me ask you a serious question here. You know, and of course we don't know this answer, but if there was a choice of 2 defensive tackles here, you think they try to trade down a little more?
We were actually having that discussion between Grant and Harmon if they had both been there. You know, I think we were all kind of split on who we were going to take.
All right, I'm not going to the bathroom again. This is Slack channel PTSD all over again.
all right. So bad. Since you turned off the live chat, there have been a few folks out there, you know, say, "Hey, pick not too bad." They are worried about the health. You know, Dave and I brought up on our show the other night that it was kind of interesting when you talk about health, and actually we brought it up after it came up about Harmon. That, you know, the Steelers went out last year and, you know, they got Peyton Wilson because he slipped because everybody was worried about, you know, his health. Well, who was the only guy the Steelers drafted that played in every game? It was Peyton Wilson. So, you know, you can actually overthink these things sometimes. And that's what, you know, and I think that's probably why the Steelers went ahead and made this pick, because they say, you know what, let's not overthink it, overanalyze it. He's the guy we wanted to get here. We can get him here. Take him.
I'm with you. I like that.
If there were multiple defensive tackles on the board at this pick, I still think they would have gone Harmon too. And I would have been in agreement with that.
And I know you say if there were multiple there, do you trade back? And again, you just always have to say, you know, you got to get value for that trade back, and somebody's got to want to come up.
Well, it looked like they were talking to the Giants because the Giants are looking to get back into this. But at this point, if the Giants want a quarterback, they could probably get that quarterback with the 3rd pick in the second round.
Houston just likes to trade for the fun of it. Nick Caserio, that's just like his favorite thing to do. So, like, I think if the Giants offered a slice of bread, Nick Caserio would probably be all over that.
When was the last time that the Steelers drafted anybody out of Oregon?
Dennis Dixon?
I actually think it was either Dixon or no, it wasn't. I was going to say
Wasn't there a safety?
I was going to say either Dixon or Orion Sonny Harris, but it was David Paulson, the tight end, when they had 4 seventh rounders in 2012.
Amarian Hampton to the Chargers.
Oh,
good pick.
with Najee?
There's your, yeah.
Oh.
Najee not happy.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for Harris, like, you got a 1-year deal and they just drafted a running back in the 1st round. Yikes.
With the defensive lineman gone, the tight end's gone. I wouldn't take a running back in the 1st round, but based on their needs, I mean, that's the one position that still has good, you know, top end players available.
I would have taken Golden.
Harbaugh's not a big fan of stacking his receiver room. I mean, even at Michigan, when he was there, Michigan never really had any great receivers. I mean, Roman Wilson was okay. And
that team played inside out.
Yeah, it was run the football, used a lot of 2 tight end sets.
Yeah,
I mean that was just how Harbaugh has done it. I think tomorrow, if they don't take a tight end, I think they trade for either Dallas Goedert or Mark Andrews.
Yeah, Mark Andrews could definitely be gone.
Yeah. If you're in any dynasty leagues and somebody has Isaiah Likely, I would be working the proverbial phones tonight in your dynasty league trying to get Isaiah Likely.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get caught up here. So now the Packers on the clock.
Correct.
Yes.
Pick 23.
I've heard a lot of rumors about the Packers really liking Max Harrison. That's who I mocked to them. I wonder if they would take Harrison over Will Johnson.
I wonder if they'd take an edge rusher here too, Mike Green or
James Pierce.
Trying to see James Pierce. Yep.
Ezraku.
There's Ezraku, and then there's
Ezraku would make a lot of
on
sense.
the board. No, Scorton.
I think this is too high for Scorton. I could see Scorton drop into the 3rd.
Yeah. James Pierce was getting some hype, Andrew. You were talking about that yesterday on the Q&A or the Draft Dynasty podcast that he was moving back up into first round consideration.
Yeah, there are several teams that were hot on him. I just think that the teams that were hot on him weren't expecting players to be there. I mean, Atlanta was one of those teams that was considering him, but Jalen Walker, I doubt they expected him to still be available. As like there were other guys that were available to where he's ended up being the unfortunate beneficiary of being the guy that falls through the cracks.
Yeah,
he's got good tape. He is a great pure pass rusher. He's got a bunch of skill.
All right,
I don't.
Go ahead,
go
sorry.
ahead.
I was going to ask you guys a question.
Okay. I was just going to say real quick, I don't like the Omarion Hampton pick for the Chargers. They could have gotten a running back in later rounds that fit with Najee Harris a little better. Omarion Hampton was one of the bell cows in this draft, and so I don't get it. When you had a receiver there, when you had some other defensive help there, they could have taken Will Johnson. They could have taken another corner. It would have made more sense to me there personally.
All right, so real quick, guys, who were all the options in your opinion that were on the board when the Steelers made their pick? So you had Omarion Hampton, obviously, Golden, Matthew Golden was on the board. Who else would you say were legitimate options for the Steelers?
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
Cornerback.
Yep.
Anyone else?
I mean, Shedeur Sanders was a legitimate option. I just don't think they were ever going to go that route.
Right.
Sanders and Milrow.
Okay, but those are like the big names because really, the other defensive tackles were gone.
Yeah, everybody else was gone.
Kind of reminds me of last year with Fautanu. So
it does.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Late injury. Well, not late for Fautanu last year, but injury concerns make him fall a little bit, but has the upside of any of those earlier defensive tackles that you take there.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Rich, I'm going to put you in the background for a sec. Hold on. All right. Let's get Big G with the big hat.
Let's go.
Oh, there he is.
What's going on, fellas? Good evening. Good evening. How are y'all doing?
Love that hat.
All right.
Yeah, how are y'all doing?
All right,
Man,
Sean. Let's hear it, man. What do you think, Derek Harmon?
It was the logical pick.
But was it a pick that you liked?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. It was a logical pick. From what the Pittsburgh Steelers felt the need was, especially listening to the press conference with Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin. They were specifically telling us that at that first round, there's players that could be tweeners, might not be specific to fit a need, but then there was guys that are slotted to be for us. And I think that Harmon was the second DT on the board for the Steelers. I think once Kenneth Grant went off that early, you had to look at Omarion Hampton with that defensive tackle pick. So I thought it was there. I think it would have been a little high for a running back, and there's a lot of talk about GP. So I thought Matthew Golden might have been a pick if that GP's trade is there, but nah. So it made sense. You have to build in the trenches. I mean, let's face it. In today's NFL, the offensive line and the defensive line has to improve. If you don't improve in those two areas, you're going to get beat a lot. So get the defensive tackle. He can play outside 5 technique. He can play inside, either side, tilted or straight up on the center. Yeah, it's a no-brainer, bro. It's a no-brainer.
A little bit of news. The Eagles are trying to trade up to 23 with the Packers. They're trying hard to get up there. And it also sounds like that from Omar Khan's press conference here that he fielded several phone calls but decided that Derek Harmon was too good to pass up.
That makes sense.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's sticking to script.
Yeah.
He's sticking to script. That's what he's been saying. He's been saying.
Yep.
I know a lot of the fans wanted a quarterback, but listen, Shador's probably going to fall out the first round unless the Browns or the Giants trade back in. He's going to fall out of the first round. So you're going to get value for him early in the second.
And if the Giants trade back up, I don't think it's for Sanders. I think it's for Dart.
Could be, man. I don't disagree at all. So, and this year, so if you compare, it's hard to do this, but in all fairness, if you compare last year's draft class to this year's draft class at the quarterback position, where would Sanders been slotted? Like maybe the 6th or 7th quarterback?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. So yeah, there's the value. There's the value. So I get it. I get it, man. Cleveland's going to take him though. He's going to end up with Cleveland. They need a quarterback, and they fleeced Jacksonville. Oh my God, they fleeced them, man. Oh my God. So yeah, they're going to get a quarterback. They're going to get a quarterback. So
they got the first pick. They got the first pick tomorrow, so they got all night to sit there and think on it. So they're going to take him.
The Packers will not trade the pick. They are going to make a selection.
Here's a question for all of you pertaining to the Browns. Now that they traded back and they got assets for next year, is there a scenario in which you guys think they could forego quarterback in the 2nd round, ride out with who they have, hope that maybe they can get Kirk Cousins? If not, they just ride with Flacco this year, put themselves in position to get, say, an Arch Manning or someone like that next year. Do you guys think that's a possibility?
No, I think Cleveland's going to Cleveland. They're going to take Shador Sanders at 33. He's going to play just well enough to keep them from drafting a quarterback next year.
Yeah. Matthew Golden to the Packers makes ton of sense.
Nice.
Yep.
The Packers took a receiver in the 1st round for the first time.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. They haven't done that in years.
They've been trying to trade Romeo Doubs. That Watson kid is hit and miss at wide receiver. So you got to get Jordan Love a weapon. You got to get him a weapon. It makes all the sense in the world.
Yep. I'll bet you guys the Howie Roseman was trying to move up to the Packers pick. I'll bet you that the Vikings make that move. They let the Eagles come up and get whoever they were trying to get. And because the Vikings have 4 picks in this draft, they'd love to move back, I think.
Yeah.
There's nothing I would hate to see more than Baltimore landing either Will Johnson or Mike Green at this late in the 1st round.
I'm
going to tell y'all what I'll be sick is if Nick Ilmanuri goes to Baltimore. I'm going to be sick.
You've got 2 Kyle Hamiltons.
I'm going to be sick, man. Oh, my God, I couldn't take that because it's too much. It's too much, man. Too many chess pieces, man. Hey, so I got to ask you guys a question because I asked this on the other network I was on. How much does the Tyler Warren fall surprise you?
I mean, Loveland went before he did. That surprised me more than anything.
I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised he wasn't the first tight end off the board.
Yeah.
I saw him going as high as to the Jets, so it was a little bit of a surprise to see him go that far down the board.
Yeah, but we did see for the longest time him mocked to the Colts at number 14. So I thought it was a surprise, but with the way things go and the fact that it is the position of tight end, I get it. Brock Bowers went 12th last year.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was a little surprised he fell that far. I wasn't surprised that Loveland went ahead of him. I knew I had good information saying that there were a lot of teams that had Loveland rated higher, and I knew that the Bears were one of those teams. So if it was the Bears, I was confident that there was a good chance Loveland would be their pick, even if both were on the board. but I was surprised that he did fall to 14. I thought Indy would have to trade up to get him.
Okay.
Dream
Second
draft
part-
for them.
Go ahead. Yeah, facts. Second question. How shocked are you that the Cowboys took Booker at 12?
I was very shocked.
Mm-hmm.
I did not see that. That wasn't on my bingo card at all for them.
Mm-hmm.
We knew they were looking at offensive line potentially there, but with Matthew Golden still on the board, Omarion Hampton still on the board, and some of their needs at playmaker, it felt like those were the safer picks. But they went with Booker, and I think the testing would scare me still, but the Cowboys play a very straightforward brand of football up front.
Mm-hmm.
They need maulers up there. They use the big guys a little bit better than some other teams who would who need a little bit more athleticism out of their middle guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think Wilbar made the best point. I think with Zach Martin retiring, it kind of forced their hand to have to look at him sooner than later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I think, I mean, even back after his bad combine performance, there were a lot of people saying at that time the league is higher on him than a lot of people were. Everyone was shooting him down the draft board. Oh man, he had a horrible combine. Everyone was saying, this guy's going to fall out the first round. And there were a lot of reports after the combine saying the league is still really high on him and he could still go first half of the first round. We didn't know exactly where, but I think it makes sense for Dallas. It's not a super high upside pick, but Pro Bowl guard with the 12th pick for a team that wants to, run the football under a Schottenheimer scheme. I think that makes sense.
So one more question, Jeff. I got one more question.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, we're looking at the same.
Number 1 is the least. 10 is the best. What is your grade on the Harmon pick for the Steelers?
But it's still
Well, I hate doing grades on the night of the draft. I grade the process because I think you can analyze the process. So you said 10 is the best.
Yes.
I'd give it a. I mean, they had options. They didn't get pigeonholed into one player, one specific position. I'd say it was at least a 7.5 or an 8.
Okay.
I'm pretty happy with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bad.
Or Brian,
Corey?
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm pleased. I feel like I would go a little bit higher than Jeff, and I would say 8, 8.5, almost a 9 if we're gonna do that, because this takes care of the narrative of what they needed, especially, and you coined the phrase rebuild the trenches, and that's exactly what they needed to do here. I really like this pick. So I know there was other options, there was way they can go, but really, for those that don't like this pick, if they would have skipped over Harmon, there would have been a lot of complaints that they were just staying away from that defensive tackle position, and it's getting old. And remember, you really don't have a penciled-in starter right now on the defensive line for Larry Ogunjobi's old spot.
Is it black and white?
I need to see.
I mean, if somebody's upset about this pick, all they need to do is go back and watch the playoff game.
Yeah.
$2.99.
$2.99, bro. $2.99.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only way that I could make this pick any better than it was is if they had the option to take Grant instead of Harmon. But I'm stoked that they got Harmon. So it's A1 and A2, in terms of who they picked. I'm happy with either one of them. I think that defensive line was their A1 priority on their roster this offseason. And they went out. I think that the Steelers did a very good job of hiding their intentions on defensive line. I think the media helped them throughout the late part of this draft process, talking up Shadur Sanders in hiding their intentions. And I think it worked out really well. I think with what Jeff was saying, I think in the process, they didn't back themselves into a corner. They had options. They still had their best options available, and they took the guy that they thought was the best fit.
Makes sense.
Donovan Jackson to the Vikings. They stick and pick, and they take the guard out of Ohio State.
And Josh Simmons is next. Josh Simmons is next.
To Houston, yeah.
Oh, Josh Simmons next.
I'll bet you're right.
All right, gentlemen, it's time for me to get on out of here.
Yeah, me too. So Jeremy, Andrew, you guys are taking over.
We got
Captain
you
the
guys.
ship.
You got it.
Fellas, I'm going to jump off too because I got 2 more obligations. I told I got to spin the block and go in all the different places that's asked me to come on. So thank
Sounds
you
good,
guys
Big
for
G.
giving me an opportunity for come over here to FFSN. I'll holler at you guys maybe tomorrow because I hope we get back in the second round some kind of way. But if not, I'm cool to wait till 83, man. Y'all have a great evening, man, and thank you all again, man.
See ya.
Yeah,
All right.
Thanks, Big G.
Yeah.
All right, boys, it's just us, and let's add Big Bro Sco back in here. Big Bro,
Hey, I'll come
How you
back
doing,
in.
man?
Why not?
Now that the parents are gone, is this where we bust out the beer?
I don't know.
I do not drink.
We'll bust
I
out the
got
sparkling water.
Got some milk.
You even got a cherry Coke?
Right on.
There we go.
All right. Hey, this Steelers pick is done. The Vikings are done. We're all the way into Houston already. And this draft is going at kind of a blazing pace compared to last year. I think the Steelers were just making their pick now last year when they made their selection at pick 20. So we're moving on here. And Big Bro, how you feel about the draft so far? How you feel the Steelers did?
I kind of like what Jeff was saying there about when he was putting his grade to it. Was about the process. You know, I've really felt since Omar Khan has taken over as GM that they really are big into that process and figuring out, okay, where can we go? Really having their guys evaluated, and to me, it's just starting what is potentially a really good third draft for Omar Khan.
Yep.
So, you know, if he can continue through the next 2 days like that, we're going to be, you know, we're potentially going to be starting to look and say, wow, he's really, really drafted well through 3 drafts. And I think Harmon was the guy to take to start that conversation.
And you
Although
see,
I wouldn't have been upset with Will Johnson either. I really
Sure.
wouldn't have.
Yep. And I think you
Who's still on
see
the board.
the handprints. Yeah, you see the handprints of Andy Weidel all over this pick, as we have seen all over the Steelers drafts the last few years. He's heavily involved in this. He's not going to be in the spotlight, but he is heavily involved. Andrew, what you got?
The New York Giants have traded back in with the Houston Texans. What did I say just a minute ago? The Houston Texans, even if it is just for a slice of bread, they will find a way to trade off that pick. Nick Caserio does not stay still in the first round.
Which quarterback is it? I'm saying Jackson Dart. I think it's Dart over Sanders.
Yes. No way this pick is Sanders. I don't think it is.
I think it's Dart. So
because I think the Rams, you got to get ahead of the Rams too. Like if ideally the type of guy they would consider, I think would be Dart over Sanders anyways, schematically. So I don't see why they would have to move up to this spot if they were going up for Sanders.
I don't know. I'm talking myself into Sanders at this point, especially with how terrible that New York line is.
The Giants sent pick 34, a third round pick this year, and a future 6th to the Texans. So there's your slice of bread, Andrew. Just
wait, what was it?
Third round pick. Pick 34, their third rounder this year, one of their third rounders, and then a future 6th to get up to 25. 9 spots cost their second, one of their thirds, and a future 6th.
That's not bad.
No, it's not bad for either team, honestly.
No. Houston's probably looking at an early tackle in the second round, like a Josh Conn or at least someone like that. You can probably get him at that point.
And it is Jackson Dart to the Giants, according to Jordan Schultz. So we have our second quarterback off the board, and it is not Shedeur Sanders. It is not Sanders. This is craziness. This is nightmare fuel for the Sanders family. I mean, they've got to be dying at the ranch.
Well, I didn't get the trade itself right, but I did project a trade at 25.
Nice. I did too. I picked no. I had the the Chiefs going up ahead of the of the Texans to the Vikings. So.
Okay.
But good call there, Andrew. Good call.
The Chiefs are the winner of this first round if somehow Josh Simmons falls to them at 31. If they don't have to move up at all for Josh Simmons, that would be incredible. Baltimore, though, they need offensive tackle. I think offensive tackle or edge rusher. If you're Baltimore, do you consider trading back because you have so many options to choose from at this point? All their need positions, they've got great players available.
Would they take Jihad Campbell?
Oh, in that defense. Man, that's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Any guy they take at this point is I mean, Jihad Campbell, Will Johnson, James Pierce, Nick Emenwari. I mean, any of these guys that are available, Mike Green.
They're
You
all
don't want
dirty
any of
picks.
these guys on the
Oh,
Ravens.
No, you don't.
No.
Why? Why?
So it's officially pick 34, pick 99, and a 6 next year.
Wait, did somebody take Malachi Starks?
No.
Oh man, he's a great selection for the Ravens too. He's a perfect complement to Kyle
Yeah,
Hamilton. I think
he
would be a
sure
big
would.
part of the worry.
But it was
What?
something
What are you
nice
gonna do
on
with
the floor.
What are you gonna do?
Okay, so
If you
let's
can
talk
feel
about
right.
the Rams here because they've been intriguing this whole process. We went on Rams Up, Andrew, you and I, and we talked about how they were trying to get offensive players. But the best choices are on defense right now. So is this where we see a defensive playmaker come off the board here?
Could very well. You're talking guys that are available. I know that they need corner. Maybe Will Johnson's an option there. Max Harrison. I don't think the offensive line value presents itself that well. Maybe they could take Simmons, but the Rams are not very subtle with their desires and who they like to go after, who they're targeting. They're a pretty easy team to target, and they've been paying a lot of attention to guys in the secondary. So I'm betting that this is a pick in the secondary.
Maybe I did, but I don't.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
I saw them, but I don't.
It could be Josh Simmons, right?
It could, but yeah, man, if I'm Kansas City at this point, if I believe in Josh Simmons, I'm not taking any chance of losing him. I'm trading up for him.
I wonder if they have similar grades on him because of the injury history and like
Connerly.
Ursery and Connerly, yeah. Oh, the Falcons are trading back into the first round.
Maybe they'll take a quarterback.
Falcons trade up to 26. Who did they take? They took
Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker. So they must be going for a corner here. Those corners.
They could. I mean, they have a need for two edges. You could argue maybe they take James Pierce here. They could.
Mike Green is still on the clock, right?
Yeah,
Or on
Mike
the
Green
board.
is still there. I would bet it's probably a guy in the secondary, though. I would think it's probably a Will Johnson. That's a home run pick if they get Will Johnson here.
Corey, going back to kind of the Steelers' process here and how they pass on the quarterback, and you still see him falling down the board, and the Giants, nobody scouted Shedeur Sanders more than the Giants did. It feels like the Steelers have a process now under Omar Khan and Andy Weidel that they will stick to. It is about the trenches first. Everything else is secondary. And if they don't believe in a quarterback under Omar Khan, then they will not take that quarterback. So do you agree with that process? Do you think that the Steelers are doing things correctly by approaching it that way?
Sorry about that. I'll say this much. With Omar Khan and Andy Weidel, you can see Andy Weidel's fingerprints all over these last couple of draft classes. And with Andy Weidel's experience being with the Philadelphia Eagles and the teams that he helped build, including last year's Super Bowl team, having seen them get built through the trenches like they have, offensive line, defensive line,
But I like it.
and then seeing a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, who isn't a world beater with his arm, but can make all the necessary throws. I think that this is the right way to build a team. This is how the Steelers would have built their team back in the 90s. And I think that it can be the correct approach to doing it again, so that next year when they've got the best team available for a good quarterback to come in, they can succeed right away in a better team, in a better scheme, with a lot better pieces around.
That looks like Cincinnati.
So I'm hoping that that's what the process has been about. It looks like that's what the process has been about, especially, you know, with what Philly has done the last couple of years. Andrew.
Oh, never mind. I was just getting a notification late about Atlanta. I'm pretty sure it's for a defender, but was that I ended up
it's picks 46, 242, and next year's first rounder to the Rams.
What?
To get back into the first round here.
Next year's first.
Next year's first, 1/7 this year, and then 46, which, to be fair, is 14 picks into the second round. So it's halfway into the second round. But still a first-round pick. They must love this player.
Yeah.
To justify that, I think this pick has to be Will Johnson.
Nope. It is James Pierce Jr.
What?
You were right. They needed 2 edge rushers, and they went for it. They went for the Tennessee edge rusher now. So
I thought they might have waited till next round for that.
2 SEC edge rushers. I wonder if they knew that the Ravens were going to be in on James Pierce Jr. and they wanted him in front of him. If so, thank you, Atlanta, for taking a key piece from the Ravens potentially, but there's still a lot of good players on the board for the Ravens.
So I can't count this as an exact one. I had Jackson Dart going 25th, but to New Orleans on a trade up. I had Will Johnson going 27th, but to Minnesota on a trade back because I had Baltimore trading up for Tyler Booker in it. So I've had several in this mock. I have the right player to the right number, but not to the right team.
Yep. That is how these mocks go, man. All right, so the Ravens are on the clock. That means, is this the Will Johnson pick? We talked about them a little bit here, but I think that it's got to be defense, and it's got to be somebody.
One of the safeties. It's one of the. It's Emmett Warrior Starks.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I'll be sick about it. So
yeah. Yeah, but it is a little confusing that Baltimore has built such a team that has now kind of been holding together for a couple of years like this, and their defense is only getting stronger, and they seem to be drafting for luxury instead of need. You know, kind of backwards from how the Steelers have done it the last couple of years. The Steelers were at that point, so Steelers need to get back to that point.
The Ravens just kind of land whoever falls to them. It's been impressive.
So if you guys are making a guess, who's the pick here for Baltimore? There's so many good options for them.
I think it's still either going to be Emmett Warrior Starks.
Oh, I like that.
I had to, if you held a gun to my head, I'd say Starks actually.
I think it's Starks as well. They'll love his versatility. And another Georgia player.
This is not Will Johnson.
I'm trying to remember who their corners are. I know they got Marlon Humphreys.
Yeah, I like that.
Jalen Walker from Salisbury.
Who's their other?
The Ravens never panic, but they always somehow find a great player that is not supposed to be there, and they take them.
For both? For the Cubs.
James Pierce Jr. better be that guy for Atlanta. This is a huge price to pay, Andrew. What are they doing?
This is 2 years in a row. This regime has totally messed up this draft from what we expected it to be. 2 edge rushers giving up a future first, and then last year, probably the wise decision taking Michael Penix. But, you know, if you were going to take him all along, I still don't know why you paid that much money to Kirk Cousins. But
yeah, either way, some part of the process was bad.
I don't know. They're definitely prioritizing the positions that are the most important: quarterback, edge rusher. They've yet to address the offensive line, but yeah,
that's beautiful.
Okay, so they do get a third round back. So the Falcons do get a third rounder back
in this draft or next year.
I did not see the year. So they do get back a third. So that helps a little bit. So they're getting back a third. Yeah, obviously swapping their second with the first this year and then a first next year. It makes a little bit more sense that you have the third in there. I would assume it would be a future third, but I don't know.
Falcons get a first and a third this year. Rams get second and a second this year, first next year, and a second and a seventh this year, and a first next year. They worded that weird.
Start the quarterback for the Rams rumors for next year too.
Yeah. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still in on one this year in that second round with that pick now.
Steelers are going to have competition to get up there early up. That's it. When you see these teams that are positioning themselves to get a quarterback next year, I know you don't tank and the Steelers would never tank, but I'm telling you, if the Steelers don't sign Aaron Rodgers, it would be very tempting to just go into the season with Mason Rudolph. And if you win 4 or 5 games, you're picking high and you get your franchise guy and beat out some of these other teams that are accumulating some draft capital.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Tomlin has some bulletproof skin, but he better grow some really bulletproof skin if that's the way they're going to approach this season. Because he is going to take some heat.
If he would take that approach, I would probably be happier with keeping Tomlin as opposed to the status quo. But that's just me.
I listen. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that's going to be the reality of it.
Oh yeah.
Very much.
Hey, big bro. Wanted to ask you this: so the Steelers stick and pick at 21. They still don't have that second round pick. Do you think that they're going to be proactive in trying to get a second round pick of some kind, or are they just kind of let the draft fall to them?
I think they're going to just play it out and let the draft fall to them. I don't think you're going to see them with what I would consider being a bit of a panic move to try to get an earlier pick here. There's enough. I think there's enough, capital or enough value out there by the time they get to round 3. There's going to be some guys at positions that they're going to be okay taking there. Hold on to your draft capital for next year because you might need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody coming back into the first round for Shedeur Sanders, guys? Anybody?
No.
Okay. Is he a Brown at pick 33?
I'd love to see him as a Brown.
Absolutely, he's a Brown at 33.
Yes,
I don't
please. Or is that Milrow, Andrew, or is that Shuck? That could be Shuck, right?
I think it could be Shuck. I really think it could be Shuck.
So, okay, what's the floor then for Shedeur Sanders? Is it still second round, but maybe like the 4th quarterback off the board or even the 5th potentially if somebody wanted to take Milrow ahead of him?
He could. I could see a team like Miami maybe. I think that would be an ideal fit for Shedeur. I don't think the Saints are in on him. I think the Saints would be another team that would be more likely to take Shuck or Milrow. I think Shuck would be the guy. If anybody trades up for a quarterback the remainder of the first round, I think it'd be more likely for the Saints to trade up for Shuck than it would be.
Well, let me ask this question.
Malachi Starks is a Baltimore Raven.
I called that one. Dang it.
That's a good pick for the Ravens. That is
I
a
should have
good
kept that
value
the same
pick.
from previous mocks.
Yeah.
I had them taking him in worry, so I got the right position, but the wrong player.
So at what point does Shedeur Sanders become such an extreme value that even if you have a franchise QB, you just take him?
It all depends on how high of upside he has.
You know,
like if you don't think he's ever going to be an elite quarterback, you don't take him anyways, really, unless you maybe think like late second, early third round and be like, okay, this is the guy we're going to develop with the intention to trade him to somebody else who's desperate. But I don't think unless you think he has elite upside, you don't take him with the intent of keeping him. That's just my personal philosophy.
1x2s.
I mean, maybe he ends. Okay, so just what I think of in this situation, I'm thinking of somebody like Brock Purdy who wasn't expected to come in and just straight blew up. You know, if Shedeur Sanders came in, he's got pedigree and name, but in terms of getting scouted, getting drafted, playing in the league, the scouts may not have given him as much cred. What if he does end up playing just as well as he thought he would have played?
Yeah,
becomes a superstar, and he's sitting behind. What if you've got that Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love or, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers situation where you've got a superstar in waiting? What do you do with it at that situation? But I don't know. It's worth wondering where that value gets him, where it lies, where the floor is, where somebody's just like, well, geez, he's sitting here. Why don't we just take him?
Yeah. I think he's great value for the Colts in round 2 because the high upside play of Anthony Richardson, if it doesn't end up working out, you can fall back to the safer floor option of Shedeur Sanders and see what he can become. And if it's a second round pick, then that makes sense as like a I don't know what just a backup option, right? A fallback plan if Richardson falls to pieces this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, they just got Tyler Warren, do it all. I mean, that guy's going to be a Swiss Army knife. He can line up outside as a tight end, as an H-back. So they'll have options with him. Shedeur Sanders, he's got mobility. Richardson does too. So yeah, that team got a lot better just with that pick with Warren.
If you're the Lions, you have to be pumped with your options that you have here too.
Yes.
You could imagine pairing Mike Green with Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh man. They're very different. Mike Green feels like a stand-up edge rusher to me. So I always assumed that it would be more like an Ezra Rocker body type. But let me throw out another name to you, Andrew. What about Darius Alexander?
What about JT Tuimoloau?
Yeah, JT Tuimoloau. I still can't say that boy's name.
He's your guy.
I know. I just call him JT, but I don't know. He was mocked to them recently by, I think it was Schrager or somebody big in the mock industry, and so it could be. It really could.
I will also add that the Lions could afford to add another corner here too. So if you get Will Johnson, that's another great pick. The Lions are in a great situation here, almost too good to where you almost want to see if you can, a team like the Eagles, if they still want to trade up for their choice, let them get their pick, move back a few spots, and still get one of the guys.
Oh, because he's all weighted down by that necklace.
I don't want any of these edge rushers falling to Philly.
I still think Will Johnson somehow ends up in Buffalo. He was my final mock to them. Just if he falls that far, he's a perfect scheme fit for them.
Buffalo is the winner of tonight if they land Will Johnson at 30.
Hush your mouth, sir. That's a dirty pick.
Listen, guys. There is Steelers Nation is melting down for not drafting Shedeur Sanders on X. I don't understand.
That's because the media pumped it up so hard. Media pumped it up so hard. It was so late in the process too. That's what was so confusing about it.
I always have the rule that about 10 days out from the draft is when you have to be very careful as to what you're listening to. That's the point in the process where you start getting the smoke. And that was about the exact same time when the Shedeur Sanders rumors started growing. So that's that point in time where you're trying to separate truth. Like some of the stuff coming out is legit news, but unless it's coming straight from Adam Schefter, when even Adam Schefter, he said the Steelers like Shedeur Sanders, and I believe they did like him, but he even said himself that it may not be enough for them to take him at 21. And I think that was the truth.
Yeah,
I'm sure they like every player in this draft, but it's a matter of who they're actually going to take.
Yeah, fair.
And that's the smoke screen they use. Yeah, we like this guy. Of course you do. You like every player in this draft.
Well, the
you
Steelers
can say
like
that about everybody.
The Steelers like legacy players. I think that
yes,
on a personality standpoint, I could see Tomlin and him meshing. Like, there's a lot of things that would make sense about it stylistically and just how he would fit in Tomlin's culture. I think there'd be a lot of that. He'd be a good fit for that specific.
Oh, the Commanders are on the clock, so that means a Bills pick is in. I'm not seeing it yet.
No, Commanders.
Sorry, but not Bills, but the
Lions.
Lions, exactly.
Yeah, Lions pick is in.
They made this one quickly, so.
Yeah, all these teams. Who would have expected? I think that's the biggest surprise of tonight. The biggest surprise of tonight is after all the talk of the edge rushers going early, they're the guys that fell. And this was the strong spot of the class. And now you have these teams like Detroit and Washington and Kansas City, Philly, all these teams that need edge rusher at the back end of the first round, the rich only get richer.
Yep. The let's see here. The 31st pick is the Chiefs. You got to think they're just going to be willing to sit and wait because I don't think Simmons is going to any one of these teams before them. So maybe they get their cake and eat it too by not trading up, much like the Colts did, landing Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Tyleik Williams to the Lions, the other front seven player for Ohio State. So
I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah, this is a tad bit of a reach. I like Tyleik Williams a lot, but I liked him better for the second round value that you could get him at, right? Instead of this. But
I wouldn't have had a problem with it if not for the other players that were available.
Yeah. Rich, who's your college team that you like to pull for? Do you have one?
No, not really. Always been a little bit of a Penn State guy.
Sure.
Mainly because, growing up back in the day before cable television, that's who I got on TV all the time.
There you go. So we've got all Big Ten fandom in this foursome here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And of course, I've always followed WVU some as well, just due to proximity.
Proximity, yep. All right, who's going to Washington, Andrew?
I like that.
This could be Will Johnson.
Could be. I'm going to say Mike Green.
Okay, I'm going to say Emin Wari.
That's possible.
Did you guys report on the Lions pick?
Yes, it is Tyleik Williams.
Yeah, okay.
From Ohio State.
Now, yeah, I'm just now seeing it. Sorry.
I wouldn't rule out for Washington. I wouldn't rule out a receiver still. I don't know who they would go with necessarily, but I think receiver or even Travion Henderson, I wouldn't completely rule out.
Very nice.
He would be a good compliment to Brian Robinson.
She's got all your cow.
I think the Commanders are another team where almost like Baltimore just was, where this almost is kind of a luxury pick. They're not feeling the need that they totally have to fill something. Honestly, they're probably just going to be happy and say, "Wow, this guy's still here. He was rated really high on our board. We're just going to take him."
I think with their pass rush, if you look at their pass rush depth chart, they don't have that much to offer. So I would say that if there is a one spot that you could consider a need, I think edge rusher would be one spot.
It's all black and white.
The question that I'm just wondering is, would they? Sorry, I only say this because way back in the day, I actually got to see.
I was thinking of like a
way back in the day, got to see a couple of the dry erase boards from a Washington war room.
lighter.
Grayish in it.
Yeah,
And
but a lot lighter.
I would imagine still how they kind of grade their guys out, and if they've got somebody that's just rated so that they have rated so much higher even than an edge rusher, it wouldn't surprise me if they took it just because they see the value.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so we've got let's see.
Like what?
Ohio State's got Tyleik Williams and Emeka Egbuka. Am I missing anybody in the first round so far? Donovan Jackson, three guys from yep. And then Georgia's got three defenders drafted in the first round. Starks,
Michigan.
Michael Williams, and Jalen Walker. And then Michigan has four guys.
Grant.
Is it four?
Yeah, you got
right now?
Grant. You have it's only three right now. You've got Loveland, you've got Grant, you've got Graham. Will Johnson's yet to come off, so I think those are the only three.
Okay.
So far.
Alabama, we've got just Tyler Booker so far, I think.
And down year in that first year of the new regime under Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Anybody think Eagles take Jahad Campbell if he's still there at 32?
I'm all right
Oh,
with that
man.
as long as it's not the Ravens taking him. So
Yeah.
They got Starks, which is bad enough, but that Campbell to them would have been pretty scary too.
I want to know who the Eagles have been trying to trade up for.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
If he'll be there at 32 after attempting to trade up. Imagine if that same player is there later on in the,
Green?
I mocked him James Pierce, so for that sake, I'm hoping that that's the case because I need a correct pick in my mock. I had Siobhan. One of the ones I changed. It would infuriate me to an extent if Will Johnson does go to Buffalo because I initially had that, and then I changed it out last minute because I've been hearing rumors that Siobhan Revel from East Carolina was a guy they'd done some homework on. So last minute, I threw that in there probably 3 a.m. last night. So if this pick is Will Johnson after all of that, I'm going to be a tiny bit upset.
Yeah, for sure.
I've heard some good Revel hype. I just didn't think he was going to be as high as the first.
People forgot about him because of the injury. But, I mean, if you're talking about pure upside, I mean, this guy is built like Stephon Gilmore. Long, slender, fast, can get physical, plays more physical than his size. He's got some ball skills. If the traits-wise, he's up there with the best of them in this class. It's just
Josh Connerly to the Commanders.
Okay.
So they go Connerly over Simmons. The injuries must be scaring teams off of Simmons.
Interesting.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Connerly?
He's interesting because of the length and athleticism, but there were a lot of inconsistencies in his game from what I could see, and he seems like a very boomer bust type tackle. But if he booms, he should be really good.
He's raw, but he's still really young. And when you watch his tape against Abdul Carter, he did a pretty good job against Abdul Carter there.
He did.
So there's a lot of traits to like. I didn't have a first-round grade on him, but I can understand why they took him here. I had Simmons rated higher. I think if Simmons is healthy, he could have easily become the top tackle taken in this draft class. And I know it's not anything to write home about in a class like this, but I think he would have been potentially a top 10 pick if he would have stayed healthy.
Yeah. So no Emanwari yet. Could he be the guy? I saw an Eagles fan site talking about Emanwari to the Eagles. You've got the Bills on the clock now. This feels like Will Johnson, or he's not going in the first round, Andrew.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Man, wouldn't it be great to have a pick at the top of the second round and you could just take Will Johnson? Man,
help me out, guys. I signed up to do the best of the rest article for the website for tomorrow. Right now, Will Johnson's on that list. Right now, Simmons is on that list. There's Shador Sanders you could put on that list. Ezaraku,
Emanwari, Alexander, Travion Henderson.
Anybody else I'm missing here? Jahad Campbell, right? He's going to be up there.
Luther Burden,
Mike Green,
Donovan Ezraku.
Yep, I mentioned him.
Darius Alexander.
Yep, we mentioned him.
Milrow.
Milrow could be in that conversation. Zabel's off the board, right?
Yes. Went to Seattle.
Seattle, that's right. Travion Henderson.
Still there.
Carson Schwessinger.
Still there.
Schwessinger. Maxwell Hairston. Ariante Ursary. There's a lot of guys. A lot of guys left on the board.
Jonas Savaiinea. I love him at guard in a power scheme.
Yep, absolutely.
There's a name tomorrow that I'm hoping that Pittsburgh can try to get back into the second round for. I know they were possibly looking at safety or corner. Kevin Winston Jr. played safety at Penn State, but he would have the size to move in to play slot corner. Oh, baby. I would love to see that.
He's been so overlooked because of the injury, and he
Yeah.
is one of my favorite players in the draft.
If the Steelers went receiver for some reason in the second round, if they got a second-round pick, I would not hate Jack Besh.
In the second round?
In the second round. I would not hate it. It's not flashy. It's not big, but it's exactly, I think, what the Steelers could use opposite from a DK Metcalf. He's physical. He's tough. He gets tough catches. He's a solid route runner. He does good in underneath routes. I think he'd be a perfect complement to what the Steelers have in Metcalf. Again, I'm not expecting the Steelers to get a second-round pick, but if they did in an event where they traded George Pickens, I wouldn't hate a guy like Jack Besh.
There's only one second-round pick I want them to make at this point. Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson?
Yeah.
That's my boy. That's my boy, Caleb Johnson. Jalen Milroe would be one for me. And then I like Jalen Knoll at wide receiver.
Once you hit the second round, though, man, Jalen Milroe, I think it's worth the risk at that point.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody's going to give a rip if he doesn't play well this year and you still take a quarterback next year because he's not a first-round pick. But it's worth the risk in a division where you have to beat Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. You need to find someone who has the upside of Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow. And Milroe's the one guy in this draft class that does.
Getting the Jalen Hurts light vibes.
Yes. He is my comp for him. And he's faster than Hurts, too.
The Giants just reported that Russell Wilson will be the starter to start the season.
Well, Tomlin said the same thing.
Well, and he would have been if for injury, though.
Let's not bring back those memories. We miss you, Justin.
Rich, were you on the Justin Fields bandwagon last year?
Put it this way: after he started the season and started 4-2, I kind of was. I wasn't sure about him starting the season, but when he started the season and was putting up W's, it was hard to not get on his bandwagon.
That's true. We like the anti-bandwagon.
That's right.
Fan base.
Yeah, but you're talking about in bandwagons.
You know what? I'll ask all you guys. What do you think the likelihood that the Steelers would do something and get back into round 2? Like, if you were going to put a percentage on it, saying, "Hey, the Steelers pull something off, try to move back up into round 2," because to me, I think that's a really low chance. I just don't see where they want to give up what it would take to get back up into the second round.
I can jump in real quick. I'll say this. I think that whatever chance that the Steelers had to get into the second round actually went out the window when they didn't trade down.
Yeah.
Because they are looking to keep all of that capital for next year. And if they're looking to keep all that capital for next year, they're not going to be giving up any extra capital from this year to move up. So I think the boat sailed on that one.
I think the only way they consider it is if I think the Steelers do have a magic number with Shedeur and Jalen Milroe, both of them. If it hits a certain number, I think they would consider moving up to take them. But I don't know what that number is. Is that number 40? Is it 50? I mean, if I don't really want Shedeur, period, but if it's at pick 50, I could understand why the Steelers would do that. Or if Jalen Milroe somehow is there at pick 50, I wouldn't bet on that either. But if he's there at pick 50, man, that would be so tempting.
The lower
Eagles move up one spot with the Chiefs, you guys.
The lower they are that they go to take that pick, the more that they have to pay for it. And what are they willing to leverage because of that pick for next year when they're looking where they're actually quarterback shopping?
They made it right.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with
All right, so the Eagles just traded pick number 32 and number 164 to the Chiefs for 31.
Who did Buffalo take?
Maxwell Hairston.
You deserve to have a bandwagon.
Maxwell Hairston to the Bills.
Way to go.
Over Revel, over Will Johnson. Man, I'm telling you, Will Johnson is going to be such a steal.
At this point, oh, yeah.
Dude is an absolute dog. By the way, thanks to the nearly 800 people that are still sticking with us to the end of the first round here on our live stream here for FFSN and SCN.
Yes, thank you to all the listeners for sticking with us. This has been a quicker first round than last year, but we're wrapping this thing up here soon.
We're not complaining.
And
nope.
And if you're good with it, Jeremy, if any of you in the live chat have a question you want to ask regarding how tomorrow's draft board sets up, if you have anything specific to put in there, put it in the live chat. We'll be happy to answer as we kind of close out the last couple picks here of this first round.
Well, here's the question I was going to ask. Why would Philly? What is the point?
The only thing I can think of is that Kansas City does have a need for an extra edge rusher, and so does Philadelphia. If Philly thinks that maybe they're going up for specifically Pierce or for specifically Green, if they thought Kansas City was going to potentially take them, if they had a significantly higher grade, you take them. I don't think this pick is Emin Worry because I don't think Kansas City makes that selection. Maybe Will Johnson. I don't think it's that. I think this is an edge rusher here. They have a specific guy they're targeting, or Jahad Campbell. Those are the only scenarios I think that they're moving up here. I don't think Philly's looking at an offensive tackle here. So I think this is for an edge player, most likely.
Patrick Mahomes just tweeted a sunglasses face for their trade back. So this must have been a KC deal.
Watch Kansas City goes offensive line. They take Travion Henderson.
164. That's a 5th rounder, right?
Yeah.
To go up one spot.
I'll take that to move back one spot any day of the week.
Sure. And know that you will get one of the guys you really like still.
Mm-hmm.
I think Howie Roseman just has to trade. I just think that he has to do it.
He and Nick Caserio are twins.
Yeah, if he doesn't do it, he feels unfulfilled.
And also, if you're Philly, like it's worth the risk too, because they have 11 picks. They don't have 11 needs on this team, so why not throw one just to guarantee you get a guy that you love?
That's true. I did, after I asked that, I was sitting there thinking, Philly does have.
It is Jahad Campbell. It is Jahad Campbell. Yep.
I like that pick. I like that pick a lot.
Should have kept that. I could have had that right in the mock. This has not been the greatest mock, guys. So who are we betting is the last pick in the first round? My money's on Simmons.
Yeah. It's probably where mine is as well.
I just don't see how Kansas City can go past the Super Bowl game and not do more than what they already did to help address that offensive line. I think this has to be a lineman. There's good edge rushers there, but you better have a chance.
It has to be JT Simmons, in my opinion. Or, maybe the medicals have them spooked and they want to go somewhere else, but it's got to be O-line here. Defensive tackle would have made sense, but they're all gone.
Yeah,
maybe they see the value in Will Johnson sitting there after he's fallen.
They could afford to add an extra secondary guy. I think though they would go edge rusher first because they could use another edge rusher as a rotational guy. I think Pierce or Green would fit. I think Green's a little bit better schematic fit for them. But man, there's a lot of good defenders that are still going into day 2, more than what I thought there were going to be.
There are a ton of good defensive prospects. Absolutely.
We watched him in the combine.
Darius Alexander's still there. Gilmore, let's see. Those of you that are in the live chat, put something in the live chat. Who do you believe is the best player still available on the board? So we've got Will Johnson, Mike Green, Nick Emenwari, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezeraku. Of course, you still have Shedeur Sanders. Put in the live chat who you think the best player available still is on the draft board, regardless of what team you follow. Let's see what the consensus is as to who we think. Are we the only ones that think Will Johnson is still? It's crazy that he's still here.
If I had to pick one just for me, I I think it's Will Campbell or Will Johnson. That's the best player available. I really do. He'd be the highest consensus rated guy.
Now, let me ask you guys this question, because the Steelers do have a need at corner. We talked about the Steelers maybe having a magic number for one of the quarterbacks. What number is that for a guy like Will Johnson where you say, okay, it's worth packaging a couple picks to go up and move up and get a guy who could potentially be elite?
No later than 40 for me.
If Will Johnson's there at 40, you consider making a move up?
Yeah.
I agree.
Snoozing pretty hard.
I don't think you do it for a corner, personally. I just don't think it's high on the priority list for Pittsburgh this year.
Well, I mean, we're talking about a hypothetical. In this hypothetical, I would say 40.
Let's see here. There was a question in the chat here. JSTR67 says, what QB do you think will be left at 83? I think there's going to be a couple of them. Howard McCord, Ewers.
Yep.
Did any of the remaining guys between Sanders, Milroe, and Shuck, what teams do we think they go to? Like, I know that you guys think that Browns take one of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do. The Saints would be one. Who's the third team that takes a quarterback if it's not the Steelers moving up for one? Is it the Dolphins? Is it what other team is in there that you think could potentially throw a ring into all of this?
I'm completely ignorant to this, but who's the backup in Tennessee?
Will Levis. I mean, that's a perfectly fine backup to me.
Yeah.
I keep looking at the Colts and I keep looking at the Seahawks too. The Seahawks basically have a bunch of like 3 1-year deals in place for Dalt. Oh, why can't I think of his name? Darnold. And if they were to go quarterback in the second round, it would make a ton of sense. I think that they would love Shuck. And I still think Shedeur Sanders is the first one off the board next. So, but that would be my take. Those two teams specifically make sense.
If we had to bet, just randomly throwing out a name, and I don't know, Rich, if you have somebody that you have your eye on for the Steelers at 83. I know it's a long ways out, but if you're just throwing a name out there for fans to keep an eye on, what's one guy that you would have circled as I think he could be a good fit for the Steelers, or if not a certain player, maybe a position?
Probably more position. You could look, and I'm going to actually lump a couple together there. You could look secondary, corner or safety. Believe it or not, I don't think wide receivers out of the realm of possibility in the third round. Again, for me though, that's if the Steelers are looking long term. And say, hey, we get a receiver we like, complement DK Metcalf with the idea that potentially after next year you're not going to have George Pickens. But that's also hard to do, not knowing exactly what you have in Roman Wilson and things like that. But I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Yep, I agree with the wide receiver prospects there.
Also, Dave and I had talked a lot too, though, that really the third round might be where your value comes in at running back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going to say.
DJ Giddens.
Yes, and that's exactly the name I was going to bring up too. DJ Giddens was a big name that I would consistently see in the mock drafts in the third round. Yep. That's also where Will Howard, usually comes in as well. Savion Jones, the linebacker out of LSU, the edge, he was consistently getting mocked there. And then one other one that
Dylan Sampson was who I had mocked at running back in the third round to Pittsburgh.
The one guy that's he's probably later third. He might slip into the mid third. Jack Sawyer, the linebacker out of Ohio State. He might be an option there as well. So I see there might be an option for an edge rusher in the third round. However, now that there's no second round pick, I'm leaning away from that.
Yeah.
I like Will Howard and I like Kyle
I
McCord.
think they're back.
But I think this is the perfect scenario of what we've seen the past couple years after the top guys are gone, which this year it's primarily second round guys. I think once that batch of guys go, after the top 5 quarterbacks go, I think you're going to see the other guys probably drop to day 3. Very similar to what we saw last year, not with quite as big a drop, but I still think we see a drop maybe to day 3 after teams have that initial rush for the quarterbacks. Because at some point in time, you're running out of teams that need a quarterback, or at least need a quarterback immediately. Maybe the Rams jump in, but I don't think they're a guarantee either.
William Kelly agrees with you, Andrew. He would like to see them get the boy from TCU, wide receiver Jack Besh. I haven't been his biggest fan, but he's got some good traits. I'll tell you one thing he'll do is catch the football every time you throw it his way. He doesn't drop the football. So
he is a motivated young man after all that he's gone through this past year.
Well, you can't just leave us hanging on that. Come on, Andrew, tell us.
Well,
I don't actually know the story.
Okay, so his brother was one of the ones that was killed in that terrorist drive in New Orleans a few months back.
That's right.
So his brother was one of the ones that was killed that day. So he, not long after the Senior Bowl, he did send to honor him. I think he wore his brother's number and all that, and he ended up getting that game-winning touchdown in the Senior Bowl game. So very motivated.
it is Josh Simmons to the Chiefs to close out the first round. They stuck where they were, and they still got their guy. That had to be their target from the beginning. It had to be, in my opinion, based on where they were picking and the opportunity to potentially trade up. So I think 3 teams landed the guy that they were like really hoping to land. It was the Colts taking Tyler Warren. I think you could throw the Ravens in there for Malachi Starks, and then you could probably throw in the Chiefs here that got to stick where they were and still get their guy. So that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
Could we say that about
first round of the
Pittsburgh?
NFL draft?
Could we say that about Pittsburgh? Did they sit still and get Harmon?
Yeah, I think you could.
I'm going to count that one as a correct pick. I had the Chiefs trading up to 19 to get Simmons, but I did have the right pick, right team, so I'm counting that. I think I finished with 9, so I came 1 short just because I changed that Jahad Campbell pick to James Pierce with Philly. But I wanted to ask you guys for 1 winner and 1 loser, separate from the Steelers, because I know that we're all pretty satisfied on different levels, but we're all pretty satisfied with what the Steelers did in the first round. Aside from the Steelers, who's your winner and who's your loser?
I'll pick a winner first here. I think the big winner for me is the Colts. I just think that was like the guy that we never thought was going to get to 14, and he somehow gets there. That's just a huge win for a team that wanted that guy. Like he was going to be number 1 on their big board, I think. So to land him at 14 was incredible for them. The loser is tough in the first round. I think you'd have to probably go with the Panthers not being able to trade back, reaching on Tet McMillan. That's kind of the loser of the first round for me.
Corey?
Well, as I'm looking back through this first round, a lot of it went chalk. I think if you were going to say that there was any real disappointments, Tet McMillan's first one that jumps out because I think that was the biggest one up front. But I think that Shamar Stewart to the Bengals was also kind of disappointing for that team. I think they could have made a better choice there. As for a winner, I think it's those teams that we were just talking about, those teams that didn't have to move and they still got their guys anyways. The Colts getting Tyler Warren, the Chiefs getting Simmons. Those are 2 big pieces that they needed, and the fact that they didn't have to spend capital to go get it is just icing on the cake for it.
Rich, do you have a winner or a loser?
It's going to pain me a little bit to say this, but I actually have to throw the Browns into the winner category for their trade back.
Yeah.
And what they picked up for it. So And on the loser side, I'm probably also going with the Bengals. That their pick kind of shocked me a little bit. I mean,
yeah.
I just thought they had other places they could go defensively than where they did there. There's just one that they're either going to feast or famine on that one, probably. That's either going to be a TJ Watt kind of pick or a Devin Bush kind of pick.
Well, we see how they treat their TJ Watts. They're trying to get rid of Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
They might be able to do that now with Shamar Stewart there.
Yeah, true.
He could be a trade guy next or tomorrow.
They may have to accept a second-round pick at this point. I don't think anyone's giving them a first.
Yep.
But
hey, listeners. Oh, go ahead, Andrew. You never gave your winners and losers. Sorry.
Oh, I agree with Carolina. They'd be loser. Cincinnati, at least they went defense. I get that's the one positive thing I'll say about what they did. But loser, yeah, I would have to say Carolina. I think the Giants were smart, even though Jackson Dart I do not have rated as highly as even Jalen Milroe. I have Milroe rated higher. I think they were wise in not taking the quarterback at 3 and trading back up, getting that 5th-year option on a quarterback. But the pressure is so off Jackson Dart. He isn't the first one at that press conference that has to speak. It's Abdul Carter. And now he's the second guy. There's a whole lot less pressure now. They didn't sell the farm to go up and get him. They got a guy, and Brian Dable might be able to keep his job. So I think that what they did made a lot of sense. So in that sense, I think they were a winner. They played it wisely. But I think the last 2 picks in this draft, Philly, Kansas City, Super Bowl team, home runs with Josh Simmons and Jahad Campbell. Right there, Malachi Starks, the Ravens. A lot of teams in this back half got some really solid players.
Yeah. Well, listen, great show. Had on a lot of people. Dave is back. Let's see if we can get Dave in here if he wants to be in here. See if he.
Did I actually come up this time? I tried to enter in and it wouldn't let me come.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No,
down on the bottom there, but. Yeah, you have to adjust the 5 people spacing here, I guess.
Gotcha. I wasn't paying attention. I was just getting other work done. Because I had to disappear after the Steelers pick to do the breaking news, did the roundtable with Jeff and Brian. I hadn't got to come on here and just to say, just mainly to you guys, thanks for doing this tonight. And I don't know who exactly is going to be back tomorrow night and who isn't, but we'll be back 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So we'll probably come on around 6:30ish or so.
I think Coach is scheduled for 6:30. Coach KT Smith.
Yeah, I think he's one of the first one. So this should be hopefully another fun night. Except it's going to be got to wait even longer. It's probably going to be around the same time that it was tonight, unless they're doing stuff. Did you guys talk about? Because that was a big question that was brought up in the other one. Were the Steelers going to? You think they find a way to get a second-round pick?
We did talk about that, and we kind of all agreed that they were just going to kind of let it play, let it come to them. So
so
I think the only way you even think about getting it into the second round is if you find a trade partner to give you a second for George Pickens. I just don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think and honestly, all that's going to do is create another need of something else to draft. If they don't have to take a wide receiver in this draft, they don't. They can, but they don't have to.
I mean, we're still getting the draft pick back whenever Roman Wilson takes the field.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. You've got a first and a third, an extra first and a third this year in Falatanu and Wilson. If you really want to look at it. And that's why I say I didn't want a wide receiver in round 1, didn't want a wide receiver in round 3, because you took a wide receiver in round 2. And that would be back to back, the way I kind of look at it. But I'm just so happy for this pick. And then I couldn't believe right after that the Chargers, even with Najee Harris, they went first round running back. I just kind of thought that was interesting. So
yeah, it was. And the Giants, they come back in, they take that second quarterback. Andrew, I've been saying it all year that we're overvaluing these quarterbacks in the national media, especially, that they try to push these guys into the first round all throughout the draft cycle. And what have we seen ever since at least 2022 when the Steelers and Kenny Pickett were the only first-round quarterback selection? Teams are willing to wait because they don't want to get fired. These head coaches and GMs, they don't want to get fired for jumping in and reaching on a quarterback before they need to. And to me, it makes total sense that we continue to see this trend. And despite all the pundits out there saying Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers, and then so-and-so is going to jump back in for Dard, and so-and-so is going to jump back in for Milrow, and all these talking points, still it's only 2 quarterbacks in the first round.
Yeah, it took me a while to get on board with that. We both talked about a while back, but I'm like, there's still enough teams that are going to kind of drive the price up. And then we both kind of settled toward the end of the draft process that, maybe teams aren't going to be quite as bold and going up for these guys. And I think the Browns are an interesting team because they've done a lot of homework on Tyler Shuck. It will be very telling as to how far Shedeur Sanders could fall tomorrow if the Browns don't take him there, because who knows where he goes after that.
It's going to be a long night in this Sanders household. Where does Sanders go, you guys? Where do we think Shedeur Sanders ends up landing, actually?
Can I add on to that question real quick?
Yeah.
Is Shedeur Sanders even an option for the Browns, or has the Sanders family X'd that out? There have been some reports saying that Primetime doesn't want his son going to the Cleveland Browns. So if that's the case, are they kind of pigeonholing themselves into this drop on the board?
I thought he said Cleveland would be a fool to not take either of the guys.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
And boy, they didn't.
Yeah.
So far, anyway. I think the Saints play into this conversation as well. The Saints could come back up and get Shedeur. They didn't take him at 9. He's still there. And they're picking at pick 40. They'd only have to move up 7 spots to go get him. And I mentioned this to Andrew on the Draft Dynasty podcast yesterday that, or earlier this morning, that the Saints under Mickey Loomis have traded up 27 times since 2007. So they are not afraid to do it. They're one of those teams that like to do it. I would not be shocked if they're picking at 33 tomorrow and taking Shedeur Sanders.
I just don't think they like Sanders.
Okay. It could be.
Well, I could be wrong.
All right. Any final thoughts here before we wrap this up and say see you tomorrow?
Great job, everybody.
Yes. Good
Live
stuff.
chat, everybody. Whole experience. Just a whole lot of fun.
From everybody that was on the show to the live chat to everybody, go get some sleep so we can do it all again tomorrow night.
Rich will be back tomorrow?
Yep, I'm coming back tomorrow.
Corey, you coming back tomorrow?
Yep, I'm jumping in. I'll be on a little later, but I'll be covering probably a good 2-hour stretch.
Andrew and I will be back. Dave, I know you'll be back. We'll see you all then. Jeff will be back. Brian will be back. The whole gang will be back. We'll see KT Smith early on too, and we'll just get a good insights into day 2 of the draft. It's been a lot of fun. Dave, we don't need any music to close this thing out, do we? We just say bye.
Just say
all
bye.
Right. Well, let's do it here. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you for night 2 of the NFL draft.